and the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Hello and welcome inside Regency Furniture Stadium. Andrew Banster alongside my broadcast partner Stevie Bowen as we prepare to take you into Game 4 of this homestand. Now technically it's Game 3 of this series due to one of the games to this point being a makeup game. Southern Maryland split a doubleheader yesterday with this same Gastonia Honey Hunters team. Will take the field today for the very first time as not the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, but the Southern Maryland Blue Cheeses. Steve, I'm really excited for this. I don't know about you.
I mean, we've tried to do this 2 other times already this season. Both of those Thursday night games got rained out. I'm happy we're finally able to use these sweet jerseys that we had made up. I love them so much, and I'm very excited for some baseball tonight.
Yeah, super excited for a million reasons. Now, Steve, you want to tell the people why it is that we wear these jerseys? Excuse me, what's the whole reason behind the whole wings deal?
So what we do here at Regency Furniture Stadium is every Thursday night home game is going to be a battle of who has the best wings in Southern Maryland. We have a bunch of different restaurants, pubs, grills. They come in, they bring a bunch of their own wings. The people that buy a ticket to the Legends Club in order to taste the wings get a score sheet. They fill it out, and in the end, we're going to find out overall who's got the best wings in Southern Maryland.
Tonight's is Old Town Restaurant and Pub from Charlotte Hall, Maryland, as we're going to toss the Southern Maryland Blue Cheeses logo up on the screen so that you can get a good look at it.
Very cool logo. I love it.
As you can see popping up on the screen right now, that little guy that's a cup of blue cheese with a bat in his hand. That's the Blue Cheeses logo, as you can see. Really good job by a graphic design intern, Nick Mueller, from 2019. This was something that was supposed to happen in 2020, but we weren't able to due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And then next thing you know, Steve, our first 2 of the season are rained out, so it's long overdue that this team rebrands to become the Southern Maryland Blue Cheeses.
You know, I've been excited about this Blue Cheeses rebrand we talked about it before. I was supposed to be an intern here in 2020 back when we talked about doing the Blue Cheeses, and I was so excited for it, and I'm just happy we're able to do it this year.
So as you can see at the top of the screen, as opposed to it saying SMD as it normally would, it says BLEU for Blue Cheeses. That's the way in which we decided to spell blue in our Blue Cheeses uniforms. They're really, really cool uniforms, Steve. We've got to get them up in the broadcast at some point in this game. But for now, we focus on this game as Stan Clyburn brings out the mini manager onto the field, and that's a heartwarming sight already.
I've always loved that mini manager aspect. You know, as a kid, I was the mini manager once when I came to a Blue Crabs game years and years ago. And it's just a good time. It's always a really fun thing to do, especially if you're that manager getting to meet 2 professional coaches.
It's one of the best aspects of the game day here at Regency Furniture Stadium for a lot of reasons. Southern Maryland has won 2 of the 3 games in this homestand at this point. The homestand began with an incredible comeback victory. Southern Maryland fell 9-0 in the 2nd inning, but an incredible 7-run 5th inning led the Blue Crabs to a big-time 14-12 victory. That was highlighted by a Jake Lucci grand slam to respond to the bottom of the 2nd after the scoring tirade from the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Now, both bats stayed hot in yesterday's doubleheader, but the Blue Crabs were good in Game 1 offensively, not so much in Game 2 and vice versa. The Blue Crabs behind Darryl Thompson's right arm, who got the win, advancing to 5-2, won Game 1 handily by a 13-1 score. But Game 2 was a very different story, a 14-1 loss at the hands of the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Just shows you the game of baseball will catch you off guard in a million ways.
You know, you said it right there. It'll catch you off guard. You never expect a team to win 13-1 and then immediately go out and end up dropping the second game. Normally, that's just not something that consistently has happened before, but, I mean, it happens. It's a game of baseball.
Tonight, the starting lineups for your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Behind the right arm of Colton Mahoney, who's been fantastic of late. He's posted 3 consecutive quality starts and has received 4 straight wins after really struggling out of the gates this season. Easily his best start of the year was his last start at home. It was back on July 11th against the West Virginia Power. The right-handed Layton, Utah native got the win in 8 innings of 1-run baseball, allowing 3 hits, striking out 7 while walking just 3. The Blue Crabs' offensive lineup behind Mahoney reads as follows. Make that the Blue Cheeses starting lineup. Behind Colton Mahoney reads as follows. Leading off, the shortstop, Michael Baca. Batting second, the second baseman, Kent Blackstone. Batting third, the hottest bat in the entire Atlantic League, it's Ruby Silva, the center fielder. In the cleanup spot, the right fielder, David Harris, who hasn't been too shabby himself of late. Harris is 5 for 9 in the homestand, went 4 for 5 with a home run yesterday. Alex Crosby bats fifth. He plays first base. Batting sixth, Josh McAdams, the third baseman. A sign of good news in that Dario Pisano is back into the lineup, batting in the 7th spot in the designated hitter role. Now, Cesar Trejo, Matt Hibbert, and Zach Collier are still out due to injury, but again, we expect them back any day. Batting eighth, the catcher, it's Joe DeLuca. And rounding out Southern Maryland's lineup, it's the left fielder, Jake Lucci. As always, managing your Blue Crabs is Stan Clyburn. Southern Maryland's record 25-23 here in this first half. It's game number 49 of the season. Of course, the first 60 games, the most important as for right now. Southern Maryland needs to make up 4 games of ground on the Atlantic League North Division leading Long Island Ducks here in these next 11 games, 4 of which are against those same Ducks. Steve, what's it going to take for the Blue Crabs to be able to climb their way back up in this division?
You know, we talk about this Blue Crabs team a lot. They were a team that started 4-11 before going on their on their second road stretch of the season. They were able to turn things around. Whatever they did during that road stretch to put them back in first place after that rough start to the season, they just need to talk to each other and know, hey, we've been in this situation before. We've come back from the bottom of the division, and here they're only in second place. I think this team can pull things together and end up at the top.
You know, we've said it a ton of times throughout this homestand, but it reigns important nonetheless. If you're able to keep your head above water without 3 of your best players out, now getting one of them back in the form of Dario Pisano, able to keep them healthy before taking on the Ducks 4 times in their last 7 games of this first half, that changes everything. Give you the starting lineup now for the Gastonia Honey Hunters, who put William Kerwin on the mound. Kerwin has struggled this year, especially against the Blue Crabs. In his most recent start, Stevie, he tossed 2 1/3 innings, allowing 10 hits, 9 runs, all earned, walking 2, striking out nobody, and that was against the Blue Crabs.
You know, any athlete out there, whether it be professional or not, they can all understand, you know, sometimes you have those days. You have those days where it's just not yours on the mound. You just got to move on past that and see if you can move on to the next one. Yeah,
and this is a Southern Maryland team that not only has had Kerwin's number, but also the entire Gastonia Honey Hunters number. The offensive numbers skyrocket when the Blue Crabs, or in this case, the Blue Cheeses, play against the Honey Hunters. Southern Maryland's 8-3 against Gastonia this year, 5-1 on the road, and just 3-2 here at home. They'll go against a Gastonia starting lineup that reads as follows. Leading off, the center fielder, Boog Powell. He's 5 for 12 with a home run in this series. Batting second, the left fielder, Mike Pappy. Batting third, the first baseman, Jason Rogers. In the cleanup spot, the designated hitter, Emmanuel Tapia. Mike Osinski bats fifth, playing second base. The MLB veteran, Jesus Sucre, does the dirty work behind the dish and bats sixth. 7-8-9 for the Honey Hunters reads as follows. It's Joshua Saleh at third base, Jake Skoll in right field, and Manuel Geraldo at shortstop. That's what we've got for you for today's pregame show. We'll step aside for just a moment, and we'll be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Trying to keep the crowd mic on there for you so you could tune in to today's national anthem here at Regency Furniture Stadium. The date, Thursday, July 22nd, 2021, 6:35, the scheduled first pitch. We're only 2 minutes behind that as Colton Mahoney takes the mound. We mentioned it earlier, but the right-hander's been fantastic of late. He's received wins in each of his last 4 starts and has issued quality starts in each of his last 3. Over his last 2 starts, the right-hander's 2-0 in 13 innings of work, allowing just 2 runs, both earned, 8 hits, 9 strikeouts, 5 walks. He has found a groove, but Steve, we touched on it a little bit. He really struggled at the start of the year. What do you think it was that kind of turned things around for Mahoney?
We talk about Mahoney. He was normally a reliever for this Blue Crabs lineup, but of course, as we lose Mike Devine, Austin Glorious gets traded to the Honey Hunters. You know, we were looking for guys to step up in these situations. I think earlier in the season, he had a little bit of walk trouble. You know, we see that a lot with a lot of these Blue Crabs pitchers. And I think once he started getting that starting rotation a little bit, he got into his own head and was able to, just battle in there on the mound. He had a plus 13 ERA earlier in the season. He's done a nice job so far getting that down to just 5.24. Honestly, I can't tell you one specific thing that I think got in Colton Mahoney's head, but whatever it is, it's working.
The right-hander's been fantastic of late. Since June 25th, he has the most wins in the entire Atlantic League with 4. He'll start off this game facing off against Mike Pappy. Mahoney's first pitch on his way. I said Pappy. I should have said Boog Powell, who, as we mentioned, has been fantastic here in this homestand for the Blue Crabs. Road trip, of course, for the Honey Hunters. Second pitch, lined into left field. Jake Lucci fields without a problem. But that is one of the issues that Mahoney has ran into. It seems as though he's a little choppy through innings 1 and 2, but if he can get through those two unscathed, he's generally untouchable.
You know, it normally takes him a couple innings to kind of get into that groove, figure out how he's going to attack this opposing lineup. And I mean, you said it. If he's able to get through those first couple innings, he should be smooth sailing from there on out.
So we talk about Mahoney. Let's give you some of the numbers on the right-hander since June 25th when he kind of turned things around. In 4 starts, Mahoney is 4-0 with a 2.67 ERA. Has struck out 27 batters in 27 innings during that span. He now faces Mike Pappy. Pappy has a lot of power for a 2-hole hitter. His 11 home runs on the season are tied for the 5th most in the Atlantic League, and his 44 RBIs are tied for the 3rd most in the Atlantic League.
You know, a lot of power in this 2 spot in the lineup. Saw him put one deep over the right field wall last night for a 2-run home run. But that was included in that big, 12-run inning, or excuse me, 8-run inning for the Honey Hunters yesterday to put them up by 12 runs. And
Mike Pappy steps back into the left-handed batter's box. Mahoney working out of the stretch. The right-hander, another pickoff move back to first. This is Colt Mahoney's first season outside of affiliated baseball. Of course, 2019 threw a lot of people in the baseball world and in the world in general for a loop. It was generally a difficult time to get acclimated at any job, especially as a professional baseball player. As one gets past Joe DeLuca, Boog Powell advances into scoring position. Mahoney attended Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah. In 2014, he was drafted by the Milwaukee Brewers in the 23rd round. And in 2015, he was again drafted by the New York Yankees in the 16th round. That time, he indeed did sign. The right-hander, a Utah native, began his professional career with the Yankees in Staten Island as he walks Mike Pappy to put runners on first and second. Quickly ascended up the Yankees system, reached the AAA level in 2018, struggled a little bit, really just one appearance, pitched 5 innings, allowing 6 earned. He was a starter for most of his career, but would certainly make a handful of relief appearances every year as well. 2019 was much better for the right-hander, at the AAA level at least. With the New Orleans Baby Cakes, which is a fantastic name, by the way.
Top 10 in my book. Mahoney
went 2-1 with a 3.74 ERA in 3 starts. At the AA level, he appeared in 27 games, posting a 3.19 ERA. Kind of one of those guys that just got lost in the shuffle when, you know, everybody's a year older by the time the pandemic had come and gone, and now as a 29-year-old, apparently the Yankees decided that, well, the Yankees and then the Miami Marlins, who he moved to in 2017, decided they'd part ways, but Mahoney has certainly shown them that was a mistake in his last 4 starts. He has been fantastic, and I'd be surprised if he hasn't been on the radar of a handful of MLB clubs. Fastball, a called strike on the outside corner. Jason Rogers, the man up to the plate. Rogers, a .294 hitter on the year.
It looks like that was strike 3 on Jason Rogers. Was a little mixed up. I thought there was only 1 out as well. Or excuse me, 1 strike on Rogers.
So he goes down on strikes. That brings up the cleanup man, Emmanuel Tapia. A double steal. DeLuca, throw to second, gets over the glove and into the outfield. A throwing error from Joe DeLuca brings Boog Powell all the way from second to home to score.
You know, we've seen Gastonia use that double steal many times, especially with Powell and Pappy on the base paths. two of the faster guys on this team. I think either one of them, and that throw was made, I think both of them were safe anyways.
Tapia fouls one to the left side, and we'll stay at no balls and 2 strikes.
Tapia yesterday in the first base position, now a designated hitter for this Honey Hunters lineup. It's the 0-1 pitch from Mahoney. Breaking ball, this one's in the dirt, and that misses for ball 1 as the count runs even. Just 1 out away here in the top of the first inning. Gastonia able to get a run across, starting with a Boog Powell base hit, a passed ball, and a throwing error from Joe DeLuca brought Boog Powell all the way around. Emmanuel Tapia, in the second game of yesterday's contest, didn't have a hit but walked twice and came around to score one of those times. And in the first game was 1 for 3 with a leadoff double in the second inning, and eventually came around to score for the only run for the Honey Hunters in yesterday's first game. As a designated hitter is looking at a 2-1 count. Fastball, that one just misses outside of the zone. 3-1 counted. That's ball 4. Now another runner on in the top of the first inning for Gastonia, and that brings up the second baseman of Mike Osinski.
Osinski comes up to the plate 5 for 10 in his 3 games previous. The 3 so far in this series. The right-handed batsman, originally out of the Boston Red Sox organization, has been fantastic since being released by Boston and joining the Gastonia Honey Hunters. So the Southern Maryland Blue Cheeses, of course, in today's rebrand, fall here early, a 1-0 Honey Hunters lead. That run will go down as unearned on the throwing error from Joe DeLuca. Osinski hits .364 on the year, a .586 slugging percentage, 5 home runs and 30 RBIs. Strikes one well into center field, but right at Ruby Silva, who comes in, catches, and fires to third base after an out number 2.
Now, Andrew, you talked about the arm on Ruby Silva before. Mike Pappy didn't even think about potentially tagging up on that ball to center field. You know, a lot of people would if you have enough speed for it, but I think that just goes to show the respect that a lot of people have for Silva out in the outfield.
That brings up Jesus Sucre. Sucre 3 for 7 so far in the homestand. He scored 4 runs, which, yes, that's a lot, but there's also been a lot of runs scored in this homestand so far. 26 runs scored in the series opener. Last night, a total of 29 runs scored. If you add those up, it's 55 runs through the first 3 games of this series, which is even more jarring when you consider the fact that yesterday's 2 games were each just 7 innings in a doubleheader. A slider has Jesus Sucre way out in front of it. He tips his cap to Colton Mahoney after a beautiful off-speed pitch.
I love seeing those types of situations. There's that video of Miguel Cabrera swinging at a curveball in the dirt, and he just gives a thumbs up to the pitcher saying, hey, that was a really good pitch, man.
Fastball inside, called ball number 1. The count of ball and 2 strikes as Sucre works here in the top of the first inning. Sucre hits .303 on the season. Just 1 home run, but 27 RBIs for the MLB veteran. Strikes this one softly into shallow left field. In comes Jake Lucci. Almost needed to dive, but stays on his feet, catching out number 3. The Honey Hunters strike first on a throwing error from Joe DeLuca. Southern Maryland with a chance to strike back when we return. It's Michael Baca, Ken Blackstone, and Ruby Silva right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Jake Lucci, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in Southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today. In February of 2020, Regency Furniture Stadium and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs were given what we view as an honor, being named the 4th mass vaccination site in the state of Maryland. Here's a message from Regency Furniture about the honor that it has been and still is to be one of Maryland's mass vaccination sites, getting our community back to safety.
During these times of uncertainty, it helps to know there are things we can control to help ourselves and others.
For me, it presents the hope that soon enough, my friends and family will be together again.
We just want to take this moment to thank the Maryland National Guard for their support in helping to facilitate and manage the vaccinations here at the Regency Furniture Stadium. We just think it's so important for everyone to do their part, and we're just grateful for their support.
Thank you for your support, and we're just honored to be a part of the vaccination effort out here in the Servant community.
This is Jake Marshall, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Southern Maryland's day offensively begins with the leadoff man, Michael Baca. Kent Blackstone awaits on deck with Ruby Silva in the hole. Baca, the right-handed batsman, came out of the gates extremely hot this year after being signed by the Blue Crabs on June 4th, has settled into a good groove. The batting average still at .270, so still above league average for the shortstop. One shortstop grounds out to another on a good play by Manuel Geraldo. The backhand fire across the infield for out number one.
You know, it looked like that ball was going to sneak through in that 5-hole on the left side, but as you said, nice job by Geraldo, able to backhand that one and get it over the diamond.
Kent Blackstone wears number 6 on the back of his Blue Cheeses jersey. Again, we'll get you a image of those jerseys in just a moment. The jerseys went somewhat viral in 2020 when they were originally announced. I think they're incredibly cool. Steve, yourself?
I love them. I'm excited. I've been upset we haven't been able to see them in action until now, but I'm happy I'm finally able to see them.
I know. I certainly am as well. Get you a picture of those jerseys after this Blackstone at bat as he takes a fastball off the outer edge. Blackstone, so far here in this homestand, 4 for 11, also drove in a run. The left-handed batsman, originally out of Vienna, Virginia, takes on the outside corner for another called strike. The count evens at 2-2. Blackstone, so far this season, a .224 hitter, 6 home runs, 22 RBIs. Drills one to the left side, but well foul over the many individuals enjoying all-you-can-eat beer and wings in the Legends Club. Blackstone in his second season as a Southern Maryland Blue Crab. The right-hander on the arm, make that on the mound for the Gastonia Honey Hunters. William Kerwin is well-versed against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, but has struggled. He's already made 2 starts against the Blue Crabs here in 2021. In 5 2/3 innings, he combines to have allowed 16 hits and 14 earned runs. Blackstone staying alive as he pokes one into the protective netting. Ruby Silva fields it cleanly off the net and will stay at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Blackstone's done a nice job being able to draw out these at-bats. We talked about how kind of the same as Zach Collier likes to eat away at some of these pitches.
The Kerwin payoff pitch, chopped twice to Jason Rogers, who steps on first himself. And as promised, we'll get you those jerseys right now. They are awfully cool as they pop up onto your screens at home. Of course, that's the Blue Cheese's word mark and logo on the bottom portion, but those jerseys that look like they're being dipped in blue cheese are just incredibly cool. And they turned out really well in person, Steve.
No, I like it. I like that checkerboard design on the side of it. What is that, Argyle, I believe?
Something like that. It almost looks like a tray of wings with the paper that you're served at the ballpark. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they're really cool.
Ruby Silva has been tremendous so far in his return to Waldorf as he dribbles one in between his legs. Silva's 8 for 12 in the homestand with a double, a triple, and a home run. Has driven in 6 runs. Was 5 for 7 yesterday, including a 4 for 4 game 1 of the doubleheader. The left-handed hitting Cuba native is riding a 7-game hit streak. Takes a fastball off the outer edge. It's called strike 3, and that takes us into the top of the second inning. Gastonia on top 1-0 as Colton Mahoney comes back out onto the mound on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Josh McAdams, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles, they'll have you safe at home. There's nothing quite like when the Blue Crabs retire the side. At Wealth Management Partners, they're on your side for your retirement planning needs. It's never too early to start planning your retirement. Talk to the experienced financial advisors of Wealth Management Partners located right here in Waldorf. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Again, Wealth Management Partners. Call them today at 301-885-0955.
This is Kent Blackstone, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Colton Mahoney back out onto the mound as we welcome you into the top of the second inning of baseball. The Honey Hunters scored one in their half of the first inning. Came on a Joe DeLuca throwing error. Up to the plate for the Honey Hunters, Joshua Saleh, who fouls one to the left side as one of the Blue Crabs interns, Kevin Mitchell, nearly gets bonked in the head with a baseball. Very happy that he didn't. Kevin, an incredibly hardworking intern that does a lot of really cool stuff for us here in Southern Maryland. Number 28, Joshua Saleh, steps back in with a ball and 2 strike count. Takes on the outside corner. DeLuca thought maybe it was strike number 3, but some of those deceptive moves, such as popping up and getting ready to throw down to third on a call that could go either way, don't work against a robotic umpire, do they?
They do not.
Line drive up the middle, just over the head of Baca. Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say, there are some situations where, you said it, your actions can influence the umpire's decisions in certain ways if you're able to do them properly. But with this new introduction of the electronic strike zone, that's just not happening.
So Josh Saleh with a single gives way to Jake Skoll. Skoll and Saleh combined for 13 RBIs over the first 3 games of this series. Skoll with 7, Saleh with 6. Interestingly, the two only combine, I say only, not as though it's a bad thing, but they combine for a 300 batting average over the last 3 games, but 13 RBIs.
Jake Skoll last night in that big 14-1 win had himself a 3-run home run as well. There's some big power in that right-handed bat.
The Southern Maryland Blue Cheeses up to the plate. I beg your pardon, in the defensive side of the ball here in the top of the second inning. The Honey Hunters on top 1-0. They have 2 hits, both singles. They also scored a run when Boog Powell reached second base via the walk to Mike Pappy. So there was runners at first and second. Those two tried to double steal, and a throw down to second got away from Southern Maryland's defense. As the count remains at 0 balls and 2 strikes. Jake Skoll's 48 walks drawn here in this 2021 season by far and away lead the Atlantic League. The tremendous amount of walks have given him a .443 on-base percentage, meaning that in nearly half of his plate appearances, he finds a way on base. Right on left matchup, runner goes on the pitch, and Joshua Saleh timed it up perfectly, swiping second and getting into scoring position.
And a really good jump over there at first. You can hear someone from the stands telling him to step off. Looked like Saleh might have left a little bit early, but as you said, perfectly timed, as Mahoney had no idea, and he's able to just stroll into second base.
So now for the second time in as many innings, the Honey Hunters have somebody in scoring position. We mentioned that the one Hunters run was unearned as a baseball gets past the outstretched mitt of Joe DeLuca, putting Joshua Saleh just 90 feet away from scoring the second Gastonia run of this ballgame. The count now 2 balls and as many strikes here on the top of the second inning. We mentioned that the series opener was one game that you'll never see again. The Honey Hunters got out to a 9-0 lead in the top of the second inning, but the Blue Crabs clawed their way back to a 14-12 victory. Yesterday, we played a doubleheader. In Game 1, the Blue Crabs won 13-1 on the arm of Darrell Thompson and 2 Josh McAdams home runs. In Game 2, a different story. The Honey Hunters flipped the script and scored 14 runs to the Blue Crabs 1. The Long Island Ducks and the Lexington Legends played earlier in the day yesterday. So going into the game, after a Ducks win, the Blue Crabs were 4 games back of Long Island. After a Game 1 doubleheader win, Southern Maryland squeaked back up to 3.5 games back, but losing Game 2 sets them back 4 games of the Long Island Ducks. Skull hits one high in the sky. Does DeLuca have the room to get there? Not quite. It lands in a seat and will be a souvenir for a lucky fan back behind home plate. A long and drawn-out at-bat from Colton Mahoney to Jake Skull. You know, we mentioned it, Steve. Oftentimes, Mahoney struggles a little bit in innings 1 and 2, but it's smooth sailing from there.
You know, I mean, I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. Not necessarily a massive struggle. I mean, it's only a 1-0 game at this point, but as you're saying, you know, just not able to hit his spots as of right now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him turn it on in the 3rd or 4th innings.
Skull walks over and knocks that baseball back towards his dugout. Manuel Geraldo awaits on deck with Boog Powell in the hole should we need it. No outs here in the top of the 2nd inning, a 2-2 count. Make that a 3-2 count. As Jake Skull continues to just draw out this count. This is a Zach Collier-esque at bat. Not a common sight to see this long of an at bat, Steve. As Skull will finally put one what should stay in play. It'll be a close one from Jake Lucci. Joshua Saleh goes on the throw. A dart from Jake Lucci, but just under the tag is Joshua Saleh. A beautiful throw.
An absolute gem of a throw from Lucci. He had a janitor throw out there. He just let everything go, almost did a front flip as he landed on the ground. Fantastic throw, and even better catch and tag from DeLuca. But the home plate umpire had it correct there. You can see Saleh's hand just kind of slide in there right before the tag. Nonetheless, fantastic play from the left fielder, Jake Lucci.
So after 12 pitches to Jake Skull, he is retired on a sac fly, but they traded out for a run as the Honey Hunters extend to a 2-0 lead. The 9-hole hitter, Manuel Geraldo, comes up to the plate. Geraldo, a .283 hitter on the year, 1 home runs and half a dozen RBIs. Has played in just over a dozen games, most of which have come against Southern Maryland. You'll notice that when he's in the game, he's going to play shortstop one way or the other. Sometimes you'll see Mike Osinski at short, but if Geraldo's in, he's going to play shortstop.
Yeah, Geraldo's not in the game. It's that Jordan Howard in there at shortstop as well. We saw him make a couple good plays as well last night. I think the two are pretty interchangeable at that shortstop position.
Fastball taken for a strike as the count works to 2 balls and a strike. Geraldo, 6'1", 170 pounds, out of the Dominican Republic. A switch hitter that throws right. Just 24 years old, began his professional career in the San Francisco Giants organization from 2014 to 2019. Began playing professionally with the Giants in 2014 at the age of 17, as he reaches base on a walk to flip the lineup back to the top. Boog Powell to the plate. You know, Steve, this pitching matchup on paper certainly favors Colton Mahoney. The Honey Hunters starter William Kerwin has struggled of late especially against the Blue Crabs.
On the season, Kerwin on the mound for Gastonia. He's 2 for 4 with an 8.78 ERA. As we said, pretty different compared to Colton Mahoney, who had that rough start. He's 4-1 on the year in just his 12th start of the year with that 5.24 ERA.
Snap throw down to second, but a stolen base from Manuel Geraldo. The Honey Hunters have been very aggressive on the base paths, and it's worked out well for them.
If it seems to be working, why not continue it?
For Geraldo, that's his first stolen base of the season in 2 attempts. Again, this is just his 14th game played. He began the season, did Geraldo, in the Washington Nationals organization. Boog Powell, a slap bunt that goes foul.
And not uncommon to see Boog Powell drop the barrel of the bat there and lay down a bunt. He did that to start the first game of this doubleheader yesterday and was able to get on with an immediate bunt single.
Powell also singled in the first inning of this contest. He tried to steal third base, but in the effort of doing so, in what was a double steal, a Joe DeLuca throw got past the outstretched glove of Kent Blackstone at second base, and an error allowed the first Honey Hunters run of this contest to score. The second and only other run in this ball game came earlier in this frame when Jake Skoll stretched out a 12-pitch at bat and finally brought home Joshua Saleh on a sacrifice fly. Powell straight up in the air, looks to get out of play and will. The count works full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And that one rolled back down into the Stadium Bowl right over my head. I was not expecting that.
Do you think you'd come up in the clutch if a ball came in the window in the press box?
Dude, I've thought about that so many times. You have no idea, and I think I'm catching it. I really do. I think if there is a situation where, I mean, this is a large window too. If there's a situation where a ball comes in, granted, as long as it's not fouled off at 60 miles an hour, which some of them can be, but I think I'm catching it.
Daryl Thompson's going to go talk to his starter, Colton Mahoney, here real quick. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it'll be Mike Pappy up to the plate on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, make sure to visit the All-American Steakhouse and Sports Theater at 35 St. Patrick's Drive, right here in Waldorf, for some great food with great friends. Their steaks are fresh, hand-cut, in-house daily, as well as many other fresh seafood, chicken, and beef options. They offer outdoor and indoor dining, available each and every day, along with the same great menu to go if you would like. Please visit them.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Mike Pappy up to the plate for the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Runners at first and second after back-to-back walks issued by Colton Mahoney, and a wise move by Daryl Thompson to give Mahoney a second to just settle and work himself back into this ball game. 1 down here in the top of the second. 2 on. Steve, if you're Daryl Thompson, what exactly is it that you told Colton Mahoney?
You know, I think you tell Colton Mahoney exactly what we've been talking about up here. You know, it always takes him an inning or two to get into it. I think you're just out there letting him know, hey, you're good, get your head right, and just get out of this inning, and we'll be good from here on out.
A fastball catches high and away, and the count 0 balls and 1 strike. Make that 0 balls 2 strikes to Mike Pappy. Pappy walked back in the first. Mahoney has issued 4 walks through 2 innings. Well struck to the left side and foul. A fan tries to make a play but is unable to as it escapes the grasps of Regency Furniture Stadium. Well, after walking back-to-back batters, Daryl Thompson must have said something right to Colton Mahoney, because every pitch since has at least been in the strike zone. Curveball bounces 58 feet, skips into the chest protector of Joe DeLuca as the count works to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Top of the second inning here in a rubber match. between the Gastonia Honey Hunters and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. This is Game 4 of this homestand, but one game so far, which would be Game 1 of yesterday's doubleheader, was considered to be a makeup game after a postponement on July 15th. Jota Luca shows off the athleticism, popping out of a squat and coming up to catch a foul ball off the bat of Mike Pappy for out number 2.
DeLuca had to come up really quick for that ball. It got Pappy in on the hands. It sounded like it cracked the bat there, as it was really just a short blooper over to the left side. I thought he might have to lay out for it, but nice job hustling and being able to get under that ball.
That gives way to Jason Rogers. Rogers 0 for 1 today. He struck out looking for the first out of the first inning. Rogers, the MLB veteran first baseman. His best season came with the Milwaukee Brewers in 2014. A soft chopper to the left side. McAdams comes up, fields, throws, has plenty of time, and retires Jason Rogers at first base after allowing another run. The right-hander Colton Mahoney walks back-to-back batters but works out of a jam. 2-0 the score, Gastonia on top. When we come back, Southern Maryland's bats will attempt to make a quick comeback. David Harris, Alex Crosby, and Josh McAdams due up for your Blue Crabs on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Sam Burton, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
This is Will Decker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
David Harris leads us off in the bottom of the second. The Gastonia Honey Hunters have batted around and then some through 2 innings of work. 11 batters have come up to the plate, 4 of which have walked, 2 of which have scored. Andrew Kerwin back out onto the mound for the Honey Hunters. First pitch of his second inning of work misses high and tight to the right-handed hitting David Harris. Harris's bat has been especially hot of late. Mentioned it earlier, he's 5 for 9 in the homestand as Kerwin bounces a fastball.
Andrew, I think we need to mention that yesterday David Harris hit a home run here that cleared the big fence on over top of those banners out behind center field. That was the farthest home run I think I've ever seen in my life.
You're saying it went over which side?
It went over the ProFlex sign.
Oh, did it?
Did you not see it?
I did, but from my angle, I thought it landed in front.
Oh, no, it cleared the ProFlex sign out next to that light pole out in left center field. But, I think this thing was probably a good 5 to 10 feet over it.
That is a massive home run.
It was a missile.
And thanks to our partnership with Major League Baseball, we can actually get you the exact distance on that home run. Get that for you in just a moment. Harris takes a big cut at a fastball way out in front of it, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Harris right there was trying to do what we just talked about, put another one over those signs out in center field.
Harris has hit for average throughout his career, but has become a big-time power hitter since joining Southern Maryland. The average down, but the slugging percentage up for the right-handed former Toronto Blue Jays prospect. Hard chopper to the left side. Joshua Saleh collects, fires, and retires the right-handed hitting David Harris for out number one. You know, we talked about it. Andrew, make that William Kerwin has really struggled against the Blue Crabs this year. In his most recent start against Southern Maryland back on June the 29th, he lasted just 2 1/3 innings while allowing 10 hits, 9 runs, all earned, 2 walks, no strikeouts. Alex Crosby comes up to the plate, the left-handed hitting longtime American Association veteran comes into the box. We mentioned it, Kerwin, again, has not played all that well against the Blue Crabs this season. The ERA as a whole in 2021 above 8, but he's pitching awfully well here today. A well-hit fastball backs up Jason Rogers nearly onto the outfield grass, but he recovers, tosses to a covering Kerwin, and records out number 2.
A nice play over there at first base. Was able to backtrack a couple steps to make sure he got that big hop off the ground there, and nice job being able to flip it over to the covering pitcher.
Josh McAdams comes up to the plate for the first time today. McAdams, a Calhoun, Georgia native, was on a roll yesterday. He hit 2 home runs in the first 3 innings of Game 1 of Wednesday's make that twin bill. A cutter upstairs, and it's a called strike from the home plate umpire. The count evens at a ball and a strike here with 2 down in the bottom of the second inning.
Saw McAdams with 2 big blasts yesterday in that first 13-1 win, as his bat has really gotten hot after a slow start to the season.
Yeah, McAdams hits much better at home than he does on the road. He hits .328 here at Regency Furniture Stadium with a .642 slugging percentage. And this one, again given a ride. Bye-bye, baseball. See you later. Josh McAdams goes yard yet again. He can't stop.
And I don't know if you just read my mind, but those were the exact words I was about to say. He can't stop hitting home runs. I don't get it. I don't know what happened in the span of the past couple weeks, but Josh McAdams has figured out how to hit the ball really well.
McAdams, a guy that just gets it done. And, you know, I mentioned earlier in the year there was no question in my mind McAdams was going to get back into his stride, and he's done exactly that. It was the first Blue Crabs hit of the game, and it cuts the Honey Hunters lead in half on one swing of the bat, and that's what power hitting will do for you, Steve. The Honey Hunters have really had to scratch and claw their way for their pair of runs, and Josh McAdams does it in one swing of the bat. So a 2-1 score as Dario Pisano makes his way back onto the field after sitting out the last handful of games due to an injury. Mentioned he's one of a quartet of Blue Crabs that were suffering with injuries. Chopped up the middle from Pisano. Tough play for Mike Osinski, who throws off balance, but gets the baseball to first base in time for out number 3. Southern Maryland has sent 7 batters to the plate. Only one of them has reached base, but it was Josh McAdams with a moonshot home run that cut the Honey Hunters lead in half in the second. A 2-1 lead. Gastonia on top. We'll be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. When you're in the market to buy or sell a home,
Call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team. The realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles. They'll have you safe at home.
Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Emmanuel Tapia leads us off as we take you into the top of the third inning of baseball here at Regency Furniture Stadium. A packed crowd in the Legends Club this evening as over 100 members of Crustacean Nation enjoy all-you-can-eat wings and all-you-can-drink beer here at our first ever Wing Wars event. Tapia puts a surge into a baseball, heading back towards straightaway center field. Ruby Silva jumps up, snags it. What a defensive play, but it looks like he may have rolled his ankle after getting that ball in his grasp.
Man, Ruby Silva, we cannot talk enough about how good this guy's fielding is. I've never seen anyone be able to track a ball down that literally went to the batter's eye in center field, and he did it with ease.
Yeah, that's something that drops as a double almost every time, but Silva is a elite defender, one of the best in the Atlantic League, and his glove isn't even the most impressive part. It's the arm that will wow you every time. Mike Osinski coming up to the plate. Old Line Restaurant and Pub in the Legends Club. And Steve, you know, we talk about it as Mike Osinski grounds up the middle. Michael Baca across his body. Throws not in time, but the defensive specimen does it again. Michael Baca is so good on the defensive side of the baseball.
You know, and that one was just the hustle of Mike Osinski being able to beat that ball out. Michael Baca did everything he possibly could to try to get him out and did a nice job doing it, but the throw was just a half a second too late.
Osinski now 6 for 12 in this series as Jesus Sucre comes up to the plate. Sucre 0 for 1 today. His 12 doubles are tied for the 7th most in the Atlantic League, despite not being an everyday starter. The Honey Hunters rotate their catchers in and out quite frequently, which is generally pretty normal. Joe DeLuca arguably plays more games at the catcher position than anybody in the Atlantic League North Division. You will hardly ever see him getting a night off, and when you do, he'll be in the designated hitter spot. DeLuca has been a fantastic ad by Stan Clyburn, a beautiful pickoff move. It would have had Osinski at first, but it gets past Alex Crosby's first base glove into foul territory, and yet another Honey Hunter gets a free pass into scoring position. It's the third time in as many innings.
You know, that's one of those things we've talked about before as well, that kill this Blue Crabs lineup is just those little moments where they're able to let those batters get around the bases a little quicker. And you said it, we've seen it a couple times already this game.
In the first inning, it was Boog Powell who reached on a single and then advanced to second via a walk. He tried to steal third base on a double steal, but when Joe DeLuca tried to throw behind Powell to second base, it sailed into the outfield, and Powell came home to score the first run of this game. In the second, the Honey Hunters led off with a Josh Saleh single. He stole second and advanced to third on a passed ball before Josh Skoll make that Jake Skoll hit a sacrifice fly after a 12-pitch at bat. Yet another long and looping fly ball to center field, and Ruby Silva's got it again as his throw somehow lands in the glove of Colton Mahoney for out number 2.
Ruby Silva looked like he lost that ball in the sun. As you can see, that sunset, about half of the outfield is covered by the shade of the stadium here. The other half, it's going to be very hard to see that ball as quickly he had to make a couple more steps back than he thought.
You know, I think there's 2 times in the game where it's exceptionally hard to see the baseball. One is right now where the field's halfway covered in shade, and the other is when it's not so dark you can't see, but it's dark enough that you need the lights. So that conflict in brightness can throw outfielders and infielders alike off.
Yeah, it's that middle ground of the sun has already set, but it's not quite nighttime, as you said. The lights haven't fully turned on yet, and a high enough pop-up, you just lose it in the sky.
Up to the plate, Joshua Saleh, he singled and scored in the second. The left-handed hitting former first-round pick by the Tampa Bay Rays steps back in. No balls, 2 strikes. As Mahoney wastes a fastball on the outside corner trying to get Saleh to chase. In the bottom of the second, the Blue Crabs cut the Honey Hunters lead at half 2-1 on a Josh McAdams home run. A curveball in the dirt and off the shoulder of Joe DeLuca. He's just a brick wall back there. Nothing gets past the Cicero, New York native.
We talked about him before. Really agile behind the plate. He's able to dive up to upwards of like 3 feet to his left. I've seen him go out of the way for a breaking ball in the dirt.
Mahoney's 1-2. Make that his 2-2. Misses inside yet again, and 3 straight balls make the count full. So Joshua Saleh works the count full. He's tied for first in the Atlantic League in the home runs department with 17, and he drills one to the left center power alley. But Ruby Silva can cover just about every blade of grass on the entire field at Regency Furniture Stadium. I mean, what can't this guy do?
You know, absolutely zero disrespect to Jake Lucci and David Harris, but I think we should just put Ruby Silva alone out there in the outfield for 1 inning and just see what he can do, because I feel like he'll be able to do the same thing.
He could have done it in this most recent inning. All 3 outs were fly balls to the center fielder, Ruby Silva, and that brings us into the bottom of the 3rd inning. When we come back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network, it's 8-9-1, Joe DeLuca, Jake Lucci, and Michael Baca right here at Regency Furniture Stadium.
There's nothing quite like when the Blue Crabs retire the side. At Wealth Management Partners, they're on your side for your retirement planning needs. It's never too early to start planning your retirement. Talk to the experienced financial advisors of Wealth Management Partners located right here in Waldorf. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Again, Wealth Management Partners. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Weiss Markets is a proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and has been since their inaugural season in 2008. Weiss Markets also presents one of the Blue Crabs' best and most famous promotions every single year. Kids can get in free to every single Blue Crabs game of every single year simply by wearing a jersey thanks to Weiss Markets. Weiss Markets can help you with all of your game day needs for a great price. Stop in at your local Weiss today. Eat better, spend less. That's wise. Weiss Markets is a proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs.
This is Sam Burton, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Final game of a 3-game set. 4 total games between the Honey Hunters and the Blue Crabs, one of which counted as the series finale in a makeup game from a rainout earlier this season. Southern Maryland comes into today's contest with a 25-23 record here in this 2021 season. DeLuca fouls a baseball down the first base line. It just avoids fair play and bounces foul for strike number 1.
I was a little surprised to see Joe DeLuca not sprinting out of the box because I thought that one was going to bounce fair as well. I mean, that was maybe, 2 inches outside of the first base bag?
Maybe 3.
I agree.
It was really close. As DeLuca pounds one to the left side the other way, could land in the Bermuda Triangle. Nobody's there other than Mike Pappy, who I believe caught that ball in the air and did. That was bizarre, Steve.
He caught that ball near his shin, towards the ground. I thought it had dropped, and in that situation, if that ball had dropped in the middle of it, I think that's shooting to the left field wall, and Joe DeLuca might have it inside the park.
I completely agree. The other part that was interesting is that he basically caught it mid-sprint at his feet. As opposed to diving, he just kept sprinting and then leaned down at the last second.
I mean, if you think about it, a super athletic play to make. Yeah. I know I would have fallen trying to make that play.
I would have landed on my face. And likely done so in the rocks of the warning track. And I maybe would have ended with a bloody nose. That's truly what would have happened. And I mean that. Mike Pappy can do it on the offensive end. We know that. But here doing it on the defensive end this evening, we've seen a handful of web gems defensively, most coming from outfielders. A soft chopper to the right side off the left-handed bat of Jake Lucci, fielded and stepped on by Jason Rogers. 2 quick outs as William Kerwin continues what has been an impressive start. Michael Baca, the Blue Crabs' last hope of this 3rd inning. Only 1 Blue Crab has reached base. It was Josh McAdams who hit a solo home run on top of the clubhouse. His home run yesterday went over 390 feet, landing on the clubhouse, and I'm basically thinking that was the same result again today. None of the 3 home runs McAdams has hit have been wall scrapers by any means over the last 2 days. Baca swings through a fastball and quickly falls behind in the count 0-2. Baca, a Texas native, grounded out to his counterpart shortstop Manuel Geraldo back in the 1st. Kerwin's 0-2, a broken bat chopper to the left side, off balance throw from Manuel Geraldo. A silky play from the shortstop gets us through a 1/3 of a game of baseball. Colton Mahoney trying to settle in when we get back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Jake Lucci, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in Southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today. In February of 2020, Regency Furniture Stadium and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs were given what we view as an honor, being named the 4th mass vaccination site in the state of Maryland. Here's a message from Regency Furniture about the honor that it has been and still is to be one of Maryland's mass vaccination sites, getting our community back to safety.
During these times of uncertainty, it helps to know there are things we can control to help ourselves and others.
For me, it presents the hope that soon enough, my friends and family will be together again.
Want to take this moment to thank the Maryland National Guard for their support in helping to facilitate and manage the vaccinations here at the Regency Furniture Stadium. We just think it's so important for everyone to do their part, and we're just grateful for their support.
Thank you for your support, and we're just honored to be a part of the vaccination effort out here and to serve the community.
This is Jake Marshall, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Jake Skoll, the right fielder, going to lead things off for the Honey Hunters here in the top of the 4th inning. 2-1 is our score. Blue Crabs just one hit on their line coming from Josh McAdams' solo home run over the mini monster and left, a sight we've seen many times this season already. As the first pitch to the right fielder, he fouls away for strike one. Colton Mahoney back on the mound for the Blue Crabs. After letting up single runs in the first 2 innings, he's able to put up a 0 spot in the last inning as that one's lifted down the right field line. But David Harris and Kent Blackstone unable to get to it as that one drops in the Gastonia bullpen for strike number 2. Jake Skoll already had that sacrifice fly back in the 2nd inning, which brought in Josh Saleh for their 2nd run of the game, as they've held this 2-1 lead for the past 2 innings. 3rd pitch, this one runs too far inside as that's ball 1 to the right fielder. The 1-2 pitch, breaking ball. This one breaks a little bit too much, low and away out of the zone, as the count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jake Skoll. The 2-2 pitch. This one's roped down the right field line. That's going to get by Harris into the corner. Going to be a stand-up double for Jake Skoll as Harris gets it into Kent Blackstone, the cutoff man. And Skoll is in there with a stand-up double to lead off the top of the 4th inning. The issue we've talked about with Mahoney's pitching isn't necessarily too many hits he's giving up. It's the number of walks he's given up so far this game. He has 5 walks on his line in just 4 innings of work. now faces the number 9 batter of the shortstop, Manuel Geraldo. We saw him make a couple nice plays out in the field these past couple innings. First pitch swinging is Geraldo as he sends one to deep center field. Ruby Silva's got to chase it as well. This one hits off the very top of the batter's eye out in center field. As 2 back-to-back stand-up doubles for the Honey Hunters as they bring in another run in the top of the 4th inning to bring our score 3-1. That ball off the bat didn't look like it was going to go super far. Off the bat, to me, it looked like Ruby Silva had another routine fly ball as he had 3 of them last inning. But that one hit off the very top of the batter's eye. I mean, there was maybe a foot in between that and going over the fence. As Colton Mahoney calls out Joe DeLuca. Michael Baca coming in for the meeting as well. DeLuca comes back to home plate. There's now still nobody out. Brings up the leadoff batter of Boog Powell, the center fielder. Powell was 1 for 1 on the day, had a base hit to start off the game, and eventually came around to score for the first run for this Gastonia offense. Then walked in the second and was left on first base. As he looks at a first pitch strike right down the middle. As he starts off 0-1. Second pitch from Mahoney, another fastball. This one gets a little bit away from him as it's high and outside as the count runs even at 1 ball, 1 strike. That opposite field shot is ripped down the left field line, but that one tails a little bit too far foul and over the Legends Club in left field. So now there's a 1-2 count to the center fielder of Boog Powell. The 1-2 pitch. Powell ropes that one over to the right side. You hear some exclaims from the Southern Maryland crowd. I hope who's ever over there is all right. We hear some claps. Normally that means something good, so I'm assuming it missed a fan, which we always love to hear. Colton Mahoney stays with a 1-2 count to the center fielder. This one dribbled over to the right side. Kent Blackstone's got a run for it, tries to glove flip it, but it rolls out of the glove. Boog Powell able to get on base with a no-out infield base hit. Geraldo advances to third base on the ground ball. Now Gastonia has runners on the corners with nobody out in the top of the 4th inning for the left fielder Mike Pappy. He was 0 for 1 on the day. Had a walk back in the first inning as well. And popped out to Joe DeLuca back in the second. And the first pitch to the left fielder of Mike Pappy. This one in on the outside part of the zone for strike 1. Pappy, we saw, had a big 3-run blast last night in that 14-1 Gastonia win here at Regency Furniture Stadium, and a pickoff move over to first, trying to get Boog Powell and keep him honest over there as he's back safely. Owen won the count. Another pickoff move over to first. Powell able to get back cleanly once again. The second pitch to the left fielder, that one misses out of the zone for ball 1 as the count runs even at 1 ball and 1 strike. As a 2-2 count to the left fielder. 1-1 count to the left fielder as that fastball on the inner part of the strike zone for strike 2. As he now moved to a 1-2 count with still nobody out. Another pickoff move over to first. This one a little closer than the others, but Powell still able to get back easily. Manuel Geraldo over at third. Boog Powell at first base. Mike Pappy at the plate. That was the 1-2 pitch from Colton Mahoney. Fastball upstairs. This one misses out of the zone as the count runs even once again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pappy, as we said, 0 for 1 today so far in his 3 at-bats. It is 2 at-bats. This is the 3rd at-bat for him. Had a walk back in the first and popped out to Joe DeLuca at second. Another pickoff move, and Boog Powell is caught in between the base paths. They got him in a pickle over in the second baseline. Manuel Geraldo is going to take off for home plate, and he's going to be in there safe. And Boog Powell is going to advance to second base, and some good base running by Geraldo there at third as he's able to score easily.
Yeah, Steve, it's a really good base running play, and it's a tough play to make either way. It wasn't intentionally one of those weird Little League first and third type situations, but it ended up being exactly that. You remember in Little League when guys would try to steal second just to draw that exact play because it's one of the most awkward plays in baseball. You never know exactly what to do.
That was one of my jobs whenever I was on first base because I was never the fastest guy on the team. I was never going to steal a base, so they would just told me to steal halfway and just sit still. Hopefully the other guy from third can score. Now it's a 2-2 count to the left fielder, Mike Pappy. This one fouled off the foot as we stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gastonia now with a 4-1 lead with Boog Powell on second base with still nobody out in the top of the 4th inning. No action in the Blue Cheeses bullpen yet. Nothing on the Gastonia side either. 2-2 pitch from Mahoney. This one swung right through it was Mike Pappy. Has now finally get the first out of the inning in the form of a swinging strikeout for Colton Mahoney. And that brings up the number 3 batter, the first baseman of Jason Rogers. So far this inning, we saw back-to-back doubles from the 2 leadoff men of Jake Skoll and Manuel Geraldo. Geraldo was about 2 feet away from putting one over that batter's eye in center field. The breaking ball just misses on the inner half of the plate. As the first baseman starts off with a 1-0 count with 1 away.
The Honey Hunters' 4 runs have come from 6 hits, 3 of which have come here in this make that in this frame.
Colton Mahoney steps off as Boog Powell shuffling over there with his lead at second base, trying to distract him. It looked like it worked.
And it makes sense, right? Because this is a guy that likes settling into a groove, and you can't really do that if people are distracting you on the base paths. You have no chance to get comfortable if you're constantly having to step off and always be anxious about what that runner might be doing.
Just having Boog Powell on the base pass in general is already distracting enough, as he can potentially steal any base he wants to at any moment's notice. That second pitch breaking ball, that one hits the zone as the count runs even at 1-1 for Jason Rogers.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Boog Powell's contract purchased before too long. He can steal, he can play really good defense, and he can hit for power. I mean, those 3 tools are pretty hard to find.
Especially in the leadoff man, too. That ball, breaking ball in the dirt. DeLuca once again slides over, keeps that one in front of him as Boog Powell stays at second base.
The numbers are eye-popping for Boog Powell on the season. The .366 batting average doesn't tell the whole story. He has a .475 on base percentage, and the slugging percentage is well over .600 entering play.
Of a plus all-around player. It's the 1-1 pitch to Rogers. This one swung on and fouled off back behind us. As the count now moves to 1-2. Excuse me, 2-2 the count now. Boog Powell on second base. Jason Rogers at the plate. It's just one out as a high inside fastball gets way up in the grill of Jason Rogers as the count runs full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Just one away here coming from the strikeout of Mike Pappy. So far we've seen 2 doubles and a single before recording that first out. There's a pickoff move to second, but no throw from Mahoney. Full count to the first baseman of Jason Rogers. Colton Mahoney still on the mound. A 3-2 pitch breaking ball just misses the zone. As it looks like most of the Blue Cheese's infield was wondering where that one missed.
Yeah, that was a close one. We've seen a couple of calls tonight that have caught some infielders off guard. Of course, they have one of the best views of the entire stadium.
That brings up the designated hitter of Emmanuel Tapia. Saw him in the first base position yesterday, and he moves to the DH spot. Essentially just switches roles with Josh Rogers. So now there's Boog Powell on second base, Rogers on first, with still just one away. As the first pitch to the designated hitter, breaking ball in there for strike 1.
You know, and getting Jason Rogers back was a huge addition for this Gastonia Honey Hunters team. A really solid all-around player that's been able to produce in this Atlantic League year in and year out.
Double play situation for the Blue Crabs. You see Michael Baca playing directly behind Boog Powell, holding him on. It's a good spot to be if you're Michael Baca, because already with Emmanuel Tapia up, you're going to want to put that shift towards the right side, but you also want to be in position for that double play ball just in case. Tapia has a 1-1 count with just one away. Trying to check his swing, but the home plate umpire says he goes around. As now there's a 1-2 count to the designated hitter, Tapia. Good breaking ball there by Mahoney. He's had some decent control with that so far this game. 2 pitches in that last at-bat to Jason Rogers just missed on the inner half of that strike zone. And a pickoff move to second. And Michael Baca was perfectly in position. A beautiful throw from Colton Mahoney. But the field umpire says he got back safely. As the Southern Maryland fans tend to disagree with him.
Yeah, from my vantage point, to be completely honest, that did seem to be the right call. I think that Powell got his hand in right before the tag. What did you see, Steve?
I kind of saw the same thing. One of those ones where it can go either way as Tapia sends one opposite field, deep down the left field line. That one hits off the Blue Crabs logo off the top of the wall. As it's going to be a long single, but Boog Powell able to come around and score. As Jason Rogers stays at second base and Emmanuel Tapia is on with a 1-out base hit off the wall and left. That increases the Gastonia lead now. 5-1 is our score, with still just one away in the top of the 4th inning. See a little bit of stretching down in the Blue Crabs bullpen. No throwing yet from anyone yet. First pitch to the second baseman, Mike Osinski. That one misses out of the zone for ball one. Osinski 1 for 2 on the day so far. Had a base hit in his last at-bat. And flew out to Ruby Silva back in the first inning. As he looked at a fastball for a strike in that last pitch, and the count runs even at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch upstairs, just a little bit too much. As now there's a 2-1 count on the second baseman, Osinski. Jesus Sucre on deck for the Honey Hunters, as he's also hitless in this game so far. 2 flyouts for him. A big swing as that one's lifted down the right field line, but that one tails foul. And the count runs to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Excuse me, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mahoney with a 2-2 count on the second baseman, Osinski. As once again, double play situation. As a slider misses outside of the zone as Joe DeLuca slides over for that one. The count runs full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. This is now the 3rd full count that this Gastonia offense has been able to get from Colton Mahoney as they're trying to get him out of this game, and that's not going to help as a breaking ball low and away out of the dirt. This is for ball 4, and now the bases are loaded with still just 1 away. Daryl Thompson coming out to the mound to talk to his pitcher. We're going to give Daryl Thompson some time to talk to his pitcher, and we're going to take a quick break here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network when we return.
This is Jay Clucci, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in Southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today.
Welcome back inside the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Thrilled to have you back inside Regency Furniture Stadium as immediately Jesus Sucre drills one to the left side that plates 2 Honey Hunters runs. But more importantly, incredibly excited to be joined by Luther Luke Atkinson. He played in the Negro Leagues, and I'm absolutely touched to have you joining us on the broadcast. Luke, thank you so much for taking some time.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah.
Pleasure. It's my pleasure.
So tell me a little bit about how your night's gone so far. What are some of the things that you've been able to do?
Great. I meet a lot of great fans here. Y'all have some great fans. Glad to be here to meet them. Everything is wonderful.
I heard that you got the opportunity to speak with not only some of our youth baseball campers, but additionally you got the chance to speak to the Blue Crabs team.
Good. That was great. It was great just to see those players, just to see how they just into it. They just into it. I'm so glad that I'm glad to meet them, and hope that I inspired them enough to keep going. Gave them some confidence.
A beautiful catch by Kent Blackstone at second base retires the second out of the frame. But, Luke, let's start talking a little bit about you. Tell us, tell anybody out there that may not have followed your past, a little bit about your baseball career.
Well, I started out in the Little League just like the Little League players I met today here that y'all had here. And right on through high school, I was doing pretty good in high school, and I met one of the independent teams that saw me, and they signed me. I started out in an independent league just like this league here, and that's where I started from. Met some great players as a young man. You know, my mother probably didn't want me to go at first because I was just coming out of high school. She said that you go out there and you don't know where you're going and be corrupt by the old men and stuff, because most of the men I played with were old back then.
Right.
So the manager of the team finally convinced her that everything professional. And finally my father, I didn't know he was listening, so he finally told us, said, well, if they think that boy's good enough, let him go. Man, my heart just jumped right up, and I was so glad that he decided to let me go. So my mother, she relented and said, well, if you all promise to look after him, I'll let him go.
That's incredible.
That started my baseball career.
So where'd you go from there? Of course, you know, you played right alongside some of the greatest baseball players of all time. What were some of the next, stages in your career?
Well, when I was playing for Satch, I was playing for him, and when I got ready to go into the military, and Satch told me I made him lose $5,000. And I asked him why. He said, well, the Phillies offered $3,000, and I told him you were worth $5,000. I said, well, you got to go get your $5,000 from Uncle Sam. I said, I got to go in the military.
So they were going to pay $5,000 to take your contract.
Right. Yes. That's how Satch was making his money.
Gotcha.
Through the major league, they were paying him for our contract.
Gotcha.
But
okay.
he did a good job for all of us. You know, he taught us a lot. You know, how to be disciplined, in the game, and what to expect, and to when you lose, you lose. You win, you win. Be just as good a loser as you're a winner.
Certainly.
So he taught us all that.
So we were talking about it a little bit earlier, off air, just about how good Satchel Paige really was. I think most people don't really realize just how elite he was, and of course, now that the Negro League's statistics have been absorbed by Major League Baseball, more people will likely start noticing it. But talk a little bit about what it was like playing alongside Satchel Paige.
Everything you hear about Satch is true. Whatever someone say about him is true, because he was the type pitcher, when he said he was going to do something, he backed it up. He was the Muhammad Ali of baseball. When he said he's going to strike you out, he struck you out. That's the type of person he was. But people don't realize his assets was control. He had pinpoint control, and he had a rubber arm.
Right.
I never heard him complain about his arm. In fact, I never heard him complain about anything.
Really?
He was just that good a shape. He's kept his body in immaculate shape. He was. And we being young kids, 18, 19-year-old kids, playing beside a man that's 50 years old, and he was beating us. That was something just to think, just sit in the dugout beside him, just to look at him, How in the world could he do this?
Right.
At that age? And he was staying right along with us.
As we'll keep it right here through the half-inning break. The score has gotten a little bit out of hand as the Gastonia Honey Hunters bats continue to explode here in Game 4 of this homestand. The score 8-1, but we talk about your career in particular. What are some of the highlights and some of the things that you learned from playing professional baseball that took you through the rest of your life?
Hard work. It took a lot of hard work and determination, because when we was playing out there, they would say we couldn't do it. And all we could do was just keep trying harder, working hard, and making sure and showing them that we could play just as good as anybody. And like they said, that they say that we couldn't do what the white ball players did and all that stuff. But I have yet to see any baseball that we couldn't do. I'm still looking for it. That 6 or some years ago, they said we couldn't do what they did, but I'm still looking to see. I haven't seen them do anything that we couldn't do. So that's, what I'm, so glad that we were able to do.
So, if you don't mind me asking, your professional playing career, where was that in relation to Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier?
Well, when Jackie broke the color barrier, I was playing Little League ball.
Gotcha. Okay.
I was playing Little League ball. And when they said Jackie broke the color barrier, I said, we didn't have no TVs and things back then.
Right.
we only had a radio, one of those radios. And when I heard on the radio that the Brooklyn Dodgers signed a black ball players, every kid in my neighborhood ran to the streets to start playing baseball. Because now we said we got a chance. And so while playing in high school, I happened to meet the great Buck Leonard. We used to play with Homestead Graves, first base, one of the all-time great hitters that ever played the game, first base, Buck Leonard. So he came to one of our high school games, and he said, "You young boys got a chance now." He said, "That my career had passed me by." So they refused to sign me. He said, "But you all have a chance." They signed Jack, and I said, "You all can play baseball." So that's what inspired me to keep playing baseball.
That's an incredible story, and next thing you know, you're playing right alongside Satchel Paige, and
exactly.
That is remarkable.
I never thought I would do that until he saw me play, and he asked me. He told me, he said, "Young man, if you sign with me, I think I can showcase you to the major leagues. All the young ball players on my team, I'm showcasing them to the major leagues, and maybe someone scout might see you. Someone said, but you are good enough to play Major League Baseball." He said, "Because I've already played Major League Baseball." He said, "All these players I got here are good enough to play in the Major League."
So how did you and Satchel cross paths when you were in high school and, ended up playing professionally? How did you get on Satchel's radar in the first place?
I was playing with the Carolina Tigers at the time in the Independent League, and we played against his team.
Got you. Okay.
And I had a good day. I had a good day. Got a couple hits, made a couple good plays. So when at the end of the game, he told one of his coaches to come over and tell me he wanted to talk to me. So one of his coaches came over and told me, said, the Satchel Paige over there in the dugout said he want to talk to you. Man, I said, what would a man like Satchel Paige want to talk to me about? So, but I was excited about going over and meet him anyway. So I went over to the dugout and he told me to sit down, young man. So I sit down and he said, "Well, you interested in playing baseball for a career?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'd love to." I said, "I'm trying to make it so somebody make it to the major." He said, "Well, that's what I'm here for." He said, "All the young ball players I got that just played against you," he said, "I'm showcasing all of them to the major league." He said, "Now, if you're willing to sign with me," he said, "I think you major league caliber ball players, so you might be able to, I might be able to help you get a contract." Man, my heart skipped 2 or 3 beats. And I immediately, told my coach, I said, "I'm through with you all. I'm signed with Satch."
I imagine that wasn't a hard decision.
Yeah, so that's what started my career with Satch.
It's incredible as Ruby Silva hits one to the right side after Kent Blackstone singled. But, we talk about how the game has progressed since then. 101-year anniversary of the Negro Leagues is what we're celebrating tonight. Talk about some of the things that, you saw, over these last few years in the game of baseball that maybe weren't possible a couple of years ago, and how the Negro Leagues helped the country and the game of baseball get to the point we're at now.
Well, people don't realize Negro League baseball was really the beginning of the Civil Rights Movement, because we was doing all that traveling down through the South and all that, getting all the ridicule and abuse before Martin Luther King even started his march. So actually, if people look back on it, the Negro League ball players were playing in that area before the Civil Rights Movement even started. So actually, indirectly, Negro League baseball was the beginning of the Civil Rights Movement.
It is truly incredible as the ground ball, a double play is rolled into. If you don't mind, Luke, I'd love to have you on for another half inning.
That's okay. I'll do it.
All right. Awesome, man. Well, we talk about that. In fact, I did a whole podcast on that once about how baseball is so closely tied to American history, and how the Negro Leagues in particular basically propelled America into that civil rights movement. It is pretty remarkable, the stuff that has happened.
Yes, it is. I'm so glad that that Jackie went through what he went through with, because I don't think another player. I'm glad they selected Jackie, because I don't think another player would have went through that, would have taken that abuse. I take my hat off to him for what he did, because what he went through it by himself. We went through it as a team, so we could have had someone to talk to. But Jackie went through that by himself, and I don't know how he really endured it.
Right.
But he was a remarkable man. Very remarkable, yes.
It truly is incredible, the stuff that that Jackie Robinson was able to do it and persevere through. You know, we talk about that and so much more. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Josh McAdams, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles, they'll have you safe at home. There's nothing quite like when the Blue Crabs retire the sign. At Wealth Management Partners, they're on your side for your retirement planning needs. It's never too early to start planning your retirement. Talk to the experienced financial advisors of Wealth Management Partners located right here in Waldorf. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Again, Wealth Management Partners. Call them today at 301-885-0955.
This is Kent Blackstone, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Colton Mahoney's day is done on the mound for the Blue Cheeses today as Dalton Geeky now takes the mound in the top of the 5th inning to hopefully try to silence this Honey Hunters offense who put up a 6th spot in the top of the 5th. There's a first pitch to the center fielder, Boog Powell, in there for strike number 1. Powell 2 for 2 on the day so far as he dribbles one over to Geeky playing his position on the mound. And quickly now there's one out in the top of the 5th inning. Dalton Geeky, a nice job so far. We look at the numbers so far this season for Geeky. He's played in 16 games, thrown 19 and a third innings in those games. He's got an 0-0 record with a 4.19 ERA. He's had 19 and a third inning, has given up 26 hits, 9 runs, all of them earned. 1 home run, has walked 6 guys, and has struck out 15 in the process. As the first pitch to left fielder Mike Pappy misses out of the zone for ball 1. Geeky, a very hard thrower for this Blue Crabs rotation, this Blue Crabs bullpen. As you can see, that fastball right there, a little low to mid-90s action from him normally you see. This is another one of these Blue Crabs relievers that they put in the game just to try to slow down the offense, and it's normally what he can do. That one's ripped out to the gap in right center field. Ruby Silva going forward. This one drops in there. Pappy's going to try to take second. The throw from Ruby Silva just gets past Michael Baca covering the bag at second base. Dalton Geeky with the backup there as Mike Pappy's in there with a 2-out double. Or excuse me, a 1-out double. It's Pappy's first hit of this contest today. It was 0 for 2 with a walk back in the first. Popped out to DeLuca and then struck out in the 4th inning. That brings up the 3-hole batter, the first baseman, Jason Rogers. Rogers also looking for his first hit in this contest. He's 0 for 2 so far with a strikeout and a ground out, but walked back in the 4th and then came around to score. First pitch fastball from Dalton Geeky. This one misses a little far outside of the zone for ball 1. You guys heard the voice of Luther Luke Atkinson, part of the Satchel Paige All-Stars, and here in the booth with Andrew just a couple moments ago. Very awesome moment to have him here representing. As that pitch is sent out to deep center field, Ruby Silva tracking back for it. And once again, Ruby Silva just turns around and sprints for a ball that presumably would have hit the warning track in the air. And he's able to track that one down for the second out of the inning. Looked like Mike Pappy wasn't sure if that ball was going to be caught or not as he was playing about halfway down the line as he has to scurry back to second base. Now with 2 outs in the inning. Brings up the designated hitter of Emmanuel Tapia. 1 for 2 on the day. Came around to score in the last inning with a base hit. He also flew out to Ruby Silva back in the third when Silva made all 3 outs himself. And then walked and was left on first base back in the first inning. Dalton Geeky done a nice job so far on the mound. Has just given up 1 hit. It was that double to Mike Pappy. Other than that, made quick work of this Gastonia lineup. And first pitch to Tapia fouled off to the side. Second pitch to Tapia fouled off. He's got a 1-1 count here with 2 away in the top of the 5th inning. Said you'll see a lot of low to mid 90s fast balls from Dalton Geeky, but he'll show off the breaking ball as he does there as that one scrapes the outer half of the strike zone. Tapia doesn't agree, but that's strike number 2. One of the harder throwers on this Blue Crabs pitching staff.
And he almost has a Craig Kimbrell-esque, wait for the or stretch before he comes set.
The 1-2 pitch, this one low and in the dirt. I couldn't think of the name of the pitcher off the top of my head, but I was thinking the same thing. Has that elbow up as he's waiting for the sign from Joe DeLuca.
It's very unique.
It is.
To say the least. Southern Maryland with just 1 hit to this point, Steve. It was the home run from McAdams, but Kerwin's been great.
Kerwin done a nice job so far on the mound. There's a 2-2 pitch with 2 outs to Emmanuel Tapia. So a fastball low and out of the zone as the count runs full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Mike Osinski on deck. He's 2 for 3 on the day. Reached in the last inning, had a base hit back in the third, and then flew out to Ruby Silva back in the first inning. A big swing from Tapia as he swings right through the ball. And Dalton Geeky struts off the mound. Despite letting up a double to Mike Pappy, Geeky able to get the next 3 batters out as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll be right back with more action for you guys on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Sam Burton, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
Will Decker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
First baseman Alex Crosby starting things off for the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the fifth inning as they're trailing 8-1 to the Gastonia Honey Hunters. As the sound of these Blue Crabs fans staying into this game despite the 7-run deficit. The first pitch to Crosby, second pitch to Crosby. The count runs even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Strike 2 in there in the zone. Now Crosby looking at a 1-2 count. Just 1 hit so far for the Blue Crabs. We said it earlier, and it was the big home run from Josh McAdams back in the second inning. The 1-2 pitch to Crosby. This one low and inside as the count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kerwin still on the mound so far for Gastonia. He's pitched a gem so far. As that one's blooped out into right field. And the Blue Cheeses have their second hit of the game off a bloop single from Alex Crosby with nobody in the way in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And you never know what's going to get a rally started, Steve, in a situation in which Southern Maryland has had 2 games in this series that they've scored 10 or more runs. I mean, this is a team that can have their bats set fire at any moment. Crosby's hit is the only hit outside of a Josh McAdams home run earlier. He comes up to the plate now. This is a pitcher the Blue Crabs have liked to play against this year, Steve. Not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying it could.
We saw a 2 home run game from Josh McAdams last night. Let's not put it past the guy. He can do it if he wants. As he looks at a first pitch fastball, this one up in the zone, but catches just enough of the strike zone as he starts with an 0-1 count.
And you can just tell when Josh McAdams is locked in. When he takes that stride step, you can almost feel the synchronization of McAdams with any baseball coming his way right now.
You see that a lot with a lot of these Blue Crabs batters. Jake Lucci, a guy that takes an aggressive approach to the plate every time he steps in the batter's box as he helps himself get locked in as well. Every batter has their own little tips and tricks that they tell themselves when they get up. Now the 0-2 pitch from Kerwin. Check swing. McAdams tried to stay back. He knew he went around.
They're saying he didn't on an appeal down to first. And in my opinion, while it did look like he went around, I think it really looked like he was going around because he was falling backwards as he check swung. I don't think his wrists broke. I just think he kind of spun a little bit.
See, my initial thought was that looked like just kind of all one movement. So I figured he was like, all right, I went all the way around. Let's just keep turning and walk to the dugout. But, hey, ball 1 to Josh McAdams.
And that could be a costly ball 1 from Kerwin.
Fastball low and in the dirt. The count runs even once again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Alex Crosby awaiting at first base following his bloop single to start the inning. Two pitch. This one flared off to the right side, but that one's going to keep carrying foul. McAdams stays alive again with a 2-2 count.
My prediction for this next pitch, Steve, would be that Alex Crosby tries to steal second base. I say that, A, because it's a full count, so it's a really good job to try to take second base on. But in addition to that, Jason Rogers on these last couple pitches hadn't been holding him on, although he does now.
The 3-2 pitch. Josh McAdams, a fastball, a little bit out of the zone, called strike 3. He doesn't think so as he immediately bent down to take his shin guard off to trot down to first, but strike 3 is the call, and now there is 1 away in the bottom half of the 5th inning. It brings up the designated hitter of Dario Pisano. We saw Dalton Geeky come in the game, which means Pisano's day presumably was over, but I'm assuming Pisano now moved to a position now in the field to get him out of that designated hitter spot to stop him from coming out due to that double hook rule. First pitch fastball to Pisano. That one hits the strike zone for strike one. Pisano, normally an infielder we've seen here so far this season or in that designated hitter spot. Started to see him a little bit more in the outfield as that's his natural position. 0-1 pitch as this one's ripped to right field. Jake Skoll racing back forward. He's able to make the grab a couple of steps away from the warning track as now there's two away in the bottom of the fifth inning.
And Pisano's a guy that's been seeing the ball really well in the month of July. You look back, he found himself hitting .432 here in this month, but after a couple of days off, it's natural that he needs some time to reacclimate to the starting position. And we have some rowdy fans here on a all-you-can-drink night, but what do you expect?
I mean, if you're going to promote all-you-can-eat crabs and beer, and you don't expect it. Oh, sorry. Wings and beer. You know, I just love the blue crabs so much. They're always on my mind. You know what I'm talking about.
And the blue cheeses.
Hey, the blue cheeses. That goes with wings and all ties together. But anyways, as I was saying, as Joe DeLuca rips a single into left field, if you're going to advertise wings and beer, you're going to have a couple fans get a little too rowdy. But, hey, that's all in the fun of baseball.
And you know what else is fun in the game of baseball? Having pitchers hit.
I agree. In case you guys haven't checked out the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs TikTok account, which is @BlueCrabs, I posted a video of our pitchers taking some BP out in the field a couple weeks ago. Dalton Geeky was putting balls, I think, close to Josh McAdams' length out in left field. We're going to see him taking at bat as he looks at a first pitch ball as he starts off with a 1-0 count.
And that tells you that Stan Clyburn and Darryl Thompson want to keep Geeky in this game for at least one more inning.
As that ball popped up to the infield, Geeky thought he fouled it off to start. Mike Osinski able to come in and make the play in the infield for out number 3. 8-1, still our score here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Top of the 6th inning action coming up when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team. The realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles. They'll have you safe at home.
listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dalton Geeky back on the mound for the Blue Crabs for the top of the 6th inning. What we talked about earlier is correct. Dario Pisano now in that left field position as they wanted to keep him in the game. So he's in left for Jake Lucci as we saw Dalton Geeky hitting that designated hitter spot back in the last inning. First pitch to the second baseman, Osinski, in there for strike one. Geeky starts off where he left off. Had that big strikeout to end the 5th inning. Second pitch fouled off into the backstop. Now quickly an 0-2 hole for the second baseman, Osinski. 0-2 pitch, another one fouled off into the netting right behind home plate. We talked about it a couple times. I thought it was going to be interesting having more pitchers taking at-bats. We saw in a situation where Dalton Geeky was the last out of the inning and then immediately has to go and pitch an inning as well. I was wondering how that's going to affect the mentality of some of these pitchers. But it doesn't seem to affect Dalton Geeky as a big breaking ball has Mike Osinski swinging out of his shoes for out number 1 to start off the top of the 6th inning. Geeky's second strikeout in just as many innings so far this game. That brings up the catcher of Jesus Sucre, who's currently 1 for 3 with a double coming back in the 4th inning. First pitch to Sucre. This one's a strike as well. Geeky has yet to throw a ball this inning as he is really just locked in there on the mound. 0-1 pitch to Sucre. Fastball, this one's laced out to the right center gap. But David Harris able to get that one in and just for a base hit as Jesus Sucre is now on with a 1-out single. Sucre, we talked about, former Baltimore Oriole, always been a plus hitter. Has a lot of power behind that bat, but is able to do things just like that where he throws his hand out there and just lets the bat do the work as he's able to get a blue base hit. Brings up the third baseman of Joshua Saleh, now with 1 out and a runner on in the top of the 6th inning. First pitch to Saleh, this one low and in the dirt, but DeLuca able to block it and keep it in front. As I'd be fairly surprised to see Jesus Sucre try to steal a base here. As our 1-0 count to Saleh. Second pitch in there for strike 1 as he starts off with a 1-1 count. A 1-1 pitch to the third baseman, Saleh. This one fastball low and inside. Saleh hops over it. As the count runs to 2 balls and 1 strike. Saleh 1 for 3 on the day, had a base hit and then came around to score back in the 2nd. He was the 2nd run for this Gastonia offense. And has flew out and then lined out to Kent Blackstone, who made a great play in the back in the 4th inning. Fastball just on the inner half. Geeky wanted that call. That one just missed. As that count runs to 3 balls and 1 strike. Jake Skoll, the right fielder, on deck. He's 2 for 2 on the day with a sac fly, a double, and a single. There's a 3-1 pitch to Saleh. This one ripped back up the middle off the glove of Geeky. That helped them just enough. And the first base umpire is going to call Saleh safe at first. And a good turn by Michael Baca, the second baseman, to try and get the out. Dalton Geekie visibly frustrated with the call. I think that's a pretty fair reaction to the call, as it looked like it looked like Saleh was out by at least a half a step over at first base. I think Dalton Geekie just getting a little piece of that ball off the glove helped him out a lot, as that one looked to be a base hit up the middle. Now with 2 away in the top of the 6th inning, brings up the right fielder of Jake Skoll. Now with Joshua Saleh at first. Solid lead as he takes off for second base. Joe DeLuca, no throw from him behind the plate. And the Blue Cheese's manager, Stan Clyburn, going to come out and talk to his pitcher, as it looks like Dalton Geekie still upset with that last call, as that double play would have gotten them out of the inning. Now Gastonia has a runner on second base with 2 outs. We're going to take one quick break here to give Stan Clyburn a second to talk to his pitcher, and we'll return with more action on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Sam Burton, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
There's nothing quite like when the Blue Crabs retire the side. At Wealth Management Partners, they're on your side for your retirement planning needs. It's never too early to start planning your retirement. Talk to the experienced financial advisors of Wealth Management Partners, located right here in Waldorf. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Again, Wealth Management Partners. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Weiss Markets is a proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and has been since their inaugural season.
This is Sam Burton, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dalton Geekie back on the mound now for the Blue Crabs, after Stan Clyburn gave him a second to recollect himself, as we still have 2 away here in the top of the 6th inning. In the 0-1 pitch to the right fielder, Jake Skoll, in the dirt for ball 1 as the count runs even at 1 apiece. Eight to 1 our score here at Regency Furniture Stadium. 6 of those runs for Gastonia coming in the top of the 4th inning. A big swing from Skoll on a breaking ball in the dirt, as Geekie looks even more locked in on the mound as before, as soon as he gets the ball back from Joe DeLuca, he is right on that mound ready to go again.
Skoll's been red hot today, Steve. He had a sac fly RBI in the first. Since he's 2 for 2 with a double and a single.
And the 1-2 pitch. Fastball, this ball low and in the dirt. Count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. I always like watch Geekie pitching. Pitches with a lot of emotion. Always like to see a lot of emotion in sports. I think that makes it more fun, especially if you take it so seriously enough where you're able to show that much emotion on the field.
Couldn't agree more.
The 2-2 pitch. This one swung on and in the dirt. DeLuca's got to toss it down to first base, and he does. Now to get out of that inning, despite not being able to turn the double play, Dalton Geekie strikes out Jake Skoll to end the top of the 6th inning. We're going to return. Going to be Michael Baca leading things off for the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the 6th inning, as they're now trailing 8-1 against the Gastonia Honey Hunters. And we'll be back with more action for you guys on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Carlos Diaz, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Good.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team. The realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs.
This is David Harris, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Michael Baca leading things off for the Blue Crabs, and immediately, first pitch, he is drilled. As he takes a slow walk out to the pitcher's mound, tosses his bat in frustration, exchanges some words with Jesus Sucre, the catcher for Gastonia. Doesn't look like it's going to escalate anymore, as Baca is just going to take his time heading down to first base.
Baca plays with some fire in his belly. We've known that since day one, Steve. Baca's a guy that leaves it all out on the field. I mean, you mentioned it. You got to bring emotion to the game of baseball because even though it's just a game, to people like us, it's much more than a game, Steve. And Baca plays with a lot of fire in his belly, but a really good veteran move from Joe Walsh to immediately recognize that and get right to Baca's side and escort him to first base.
Yeah, a true veteran move that was. Joe Walsh has probably seen hundreds of those types of situations during his career. As Kent Blackstone now at the plate as he takes a first pitch fastball and drills it down the line in right field, but that one goes foul. Strike number one.
And again, it's another inning in which the Blue Crabs lead off with getting a runner on base. That's how rallies start, but you got to capitalize on those leadoff hitters getting on.
The 0-1 pitch to Blackstone. This one, another fastball, low and inside. The count runs even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
It'll be interesting to see how long the leash is on Kerwin, considering he's struggled for most of his appearances here in this 2021 season. He's working into the 6th. Things could get shaky.
Kerwin done a nice job so far today on the mound, fooling these Blue Crabs batters. These Blue Cheeses batters. You see Kent Blackstone swings away on a breaking ball there as the count runs to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Kerwin's had 3 starts this year in which he's worked into the 6th inning. The deepest he's gone into a game is 6 innings even, but his 2 starts prior to this appearance, he allowed 8 earned in 4 innings.
Blackstone fouls the 1-2 pitch off of his foot. We're going to stay here with another 1-2 count.
He seems to be the type of pitcher that struggles in 2 of every 3 starts, but then kind of brings it together, which is basically what you can expect from a younger professional baseball player. You see a guy like Darryl Thompson go out there, and he's got everything calculated to the exact centimeter, whereas Kerwin's a younger guy. He's still trying to figure out this professional baseball thing.
And called strike 3 on Blackstone. He doesn't agree with the call either, as he goes down looking for the first out of the inning. That's going to bring up the center fielder of Ruby Silva.
You know what we could use right now, Steve?
What can we use?
Some Silva magic.
I can agree. I think now is the time, Ruby Silva, get these guys together. Started off here. Michael Baca did a nice job being able to get on base. And Ruby Silva, can come wipe the floor with him.
Silva looking to extend a 7-game hit streak into an 8-game hit streak. He was 8 for 12 in the first 3 games of this series.
1-0 count to the center fielder of Silva. That one laced over to the left side. Bounces off the wall and skips behind Blue Crab's bullpen as the count runs even at 1 ball and 1 strike. And the addition of Silva has proved to help out this Blue Crabs offense a ton, as you just said. He was on the team in 2019 and played extremely well. Has a big swing on an off-speed pitch. Swings right through the ball, and the count runs to 1-2.
You know, the one flaw in Silva's game would generally be identified in over-aggression at the plate. He swings at just about everything and doesn't draw a ton of walks.
I mean, hey, if you're able to put up some of the numbers that he can, why not just swing away and make it work?
I'd want to swing at every pitch, too.
I mean, I would as well. There's the 1-2 pitch. He fouls off behind him. Looks like that caught a little bit of Jesus Sucre, but he seems all right.
And you'll notice that every time, and this is something Silva's always done, but every time that he fouls a ball into the dirt, he always immediately steps on it and picks it up. And my assumption would be that he doesn't want the pitcher to get a baseball that has any extra advantage on it and any scuff marks or anything of that nature.
And, you know, that just goes all into baseball IQ. You know, he takes that extra step and thinks about those kinds of things, and he knows it could possibly make a difference. 1-2 the count to Ruby Silva. As he's jammed on that one as he fouls it over to the left side. Joshua Saleh going over to make the play. Looked like he stumbled a little bit getting onto that warning track as that ball bounced very close to him. I think he might have been able to make that catch if he was there in time.
And that's a dangerous part of the ballpark. It's right past the dugout, and there's 3 concrete steps that basically get you from the stadium or seating bowl level down to the field of play. And every once in a while, there's a foul ball that a fielder has to go right by those steps, and sometimes they don't see them, and we've seen some injuries there over the years, so a good job of being aware of that by Saleh.
Yeah, I think at that point, you'd rather just let that foul ball go, especially because Kerwin is currently doing things like that as he gets Ruby Silva able to swing away at that high fastball.
Still a lot of baseball to be played here, Steve.
Definitely, still a lot of baseball. We got 3 full innings plus. Blue Crab's been able to put together some runs in just single innings. That brings up the power bat of David Harris as he's looking to try to continue. As a big swing from Harris, this one is approximately 8 miles in the air, give or take a couple feet probably.
The launch angle on that was, let me just carry the one straight up.
Yeah,
straight up.
I agree. I think that one went up.
Yeah, it was almost as if he came directly under the ball and hit it straight into the sky. Got a good piece of it.
I mean, that's what you're going to see on a high inside fastball. All he's trying to do is just get his hands up there super quickly, and at that point, he's just turned and hits it directly up in the air. But an 0-1 pitch to Harris is a fastball in the dirt as the count runs even at 1-1 with 2 away.
Harris has the type of power that can change the momentum of a baseball game in just an instance, and you saw it right there. See if he can get one in between the yellow poles.
That one's roped out to left field. Mike Pappy on the run. Is he able to make the grab in the power alley of left center field? Is Michael Baca able to get on with a hit by pitch to start off the inning? But 1, 2, 3 go the Blue Crabs right afterwards. Blue Cheeses. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to that. But the Blue Cheeses, as we head into the top of the 7th inning, we'll be right back with more action for you guys on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Blake Vivens, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Through October of 2021, COVID-19 vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium. No appointment necessary. Just swing on by and get your COVID-19 vaccination today. Take one for the team, Southern Maryland. Get the vaccine. Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in Southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today.
This is Blake Bivens, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dalton Geeky back out onto the mound as we take you into the top of the 7th inning. Latter third of this game begins as Manuel Geraldo steps into the left-handed batter's box. The switch hitter to this point in the game is 1 for 2, also drew a walk. The one hit was a double. He smacked back in the 4th inning. Geeky now working into his 3rd inning issued here at Regency Furniture Stadium this evening. Fastball high and outside gets us to a 2-0 count. Geeky comes set, the right-hander in his blue cheeses jersey on the way with the pitch. A broken bat liner to the left side, looping into the glove of Josh McAdams. That bat split right in half. Kent Blackstone goes and retrieves said piece of lumber. And Dalton Geeky's got one away here in the 7th. Looking around the rest of the Atlantic League, the High Point Rockers and the Lancaster Barnstormers had a morning game today. The Barnstormers defeated the Rockers 6-4. The West Virginia Power in York, Pennsylvania, taking on the York Revolution. The Revs are on top 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th. And, of course, the Lexington Legends and Long Island Ducks game that we'll keep a close eye on. The Ducks are on top 3-1 in the bottom of the 6th. It's interesting. The Legends were 19-2 at home entering this series between the Ducks and the Legends, but if the lead holds, the Ducks will have more than doubled that loss total at home for the newcomers to the Atlantic League, the Lexington Legends. Of course, there was 3 new teams added to the Atlantic League of Professional Baseball since 2019. The Gastonia Honey Hunters being one of them. They're a completely brand new team. Whereas the Lexington Legends and the West Virginia Power, the other 2 newcomers, were formerly affiliated and are now members of the Atlantic League. The Atlantic League lost the New Britain Bees in 2019. Additionally, they lost the Somerset Patriots, who became the AA affiliate for the New York Yankees, and the Sugar Land Skeeters, who became the AAA affiliate for the Houston Astros. On Friday, tomorrow night, is our Trash Cancer Night, Stevie. Fans will be invited to bang a trash can for $1. All that money goes to cancer research as Boog Powell draws a walk.
You know, I think that's a great promotion to have. What no better way to let out some aggression than paying $1 and getting to hit a trash can.
That's right.
I think that's fantastic. You know, if I came to a baseball game and saw that, I'd probably spend about $10.
That's it.
Andrew, I'm not made of money here. All right,
That's fair. That's fair.
I have about 14 to the name at the moment, and I'm already spending 10 on hitting this trash can.
Okay, well, that's dedication.
Can someone that's good with money please tell me how to budget it? I'm not good with it.
That is dedication.
I know it is. I'm just, and a good guy.
With the awesome deals in the concession stands at Regency Furniture Stadium, $4 stretches a long ways.
It does. It really does. So, I can come to the stadium, hit a trash can 10 times, maybe get a nice ice cream cone, and still have a couple bucks left over.
Yeah, you might leave the ballpark with a couple dollars, and what more can you ask for?
You can't ask for much more.
Mike Pappy up to the plate after Manuel Geraldo was retired and Boog Powell walked. To this point of the game, Geraldo is 1 for 3. He doubled in his most recent plate appearance in the 5th. He also walked in the first inning. Pappy dribbles one into the ground foul. Give you the pitching numbers to this point in today's series finale contest. Gastonia has had the same individual on the mound all day. It has been William Kerwin, the right-hander out of the University of Pittsburgh, has been top-notch this evening. 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned. He walked 1 and struck out 4. Colton Mahoney got the start for the Blue Crabs. He's in line for his first loss in his last 5 starts. The right-hander issued 4 innings of work, allowing 9 hits, 8 runs, all earned, 6 walks and 3 strikeouts. Dalton Geekie relieved him. He's still in the game. To this point, 2 1/3 innings, just 2 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. Geekie's been really good for Southern Maryland this year. A reliable arm in just about any situation. Steve, you can use him in the high-leverage situation, but you can also use him to eat up some innings. He's another guy that could fit into that Grafer-Aregua mold that Pat Baker is also starting to fill.
I can agree with you. You can put him in these close games type situations, as you said, because he has a lot of composure when he's out on the mound. He's able to shrug things off and just kind of move on to the next batter, or he just has enough velocity and some good junk on that curveball, and he's able to just come in these middle innings and just kind of eat up some innings.
And that's the thing that is often overlooked in all levels of baseball is the ability to wipe your mind of whatever just happened. And really, in any sport or in any aspect of life, the ability to move on from a mistake or something you wish hadn't have happened is of the utmost importance, but especially in the game of baseball when you're being watched by thousands of individuals.
I think that especially goes for, as you were just saying, as athletes. You're sitting there being watched by so many people every time you do what you're paid to do. You got to be able to just move on because not everyone's perfect. You're going to make mistakes out there.
It's the compounding mistakes and the mental mistakes that really expound and make things much worse. When you make a mistake and then pout about it and then somebody gets from second to third, as the second consecutive walk is issued from the right hand of Dalton Geekie. It's the second walk drawn by Mike Pappy this evening, and it brings up the 3-man, Jason Rogers. Rogers 0 for 3 tonight. He did reach base once. It was on a walk in the 4th inning. In that 4th inning, the Honey Hunters had their biggest inning of this contest. They plated 6 of their 8 runs, all charged to Colton Mahoney in the midst of an 11-batter inning. Interestingly, we've only seen 1 home run in this entire game, and it was not hit by the team that's in the lead right now. It was a Josh McAdams home run that, at the time, cut the Honey Hunters' lead in half in the bottom of the 2nd after Gastonia scored 1 in the 1st and the 2nd. It was McAdams' 3rd home run in his last 3 games, and it was an absolute missile.
I think that off the top of my head, I don't know the number. Let's say Josh McAdams has 5 home runs at home. I think that's the 4th one that's landed on the clubhouse.
It's a spot that he likes. Just short enough so that it doesn't hit his car, but just long enough that it lands right on top of his locker.
Yeah, just far enough to make it look cool,
Yeah,
but not enough to cause some damage, obviously.
Exactly.
Yeah. The best
He might have to start moving his car.
I think I need to start moving my car. I'm in a dangerous spot with some of these foul balls that come over us in the Bayonet press box.
That's true. Geeky just catches the outside corner. Jason Rogers says, wait, hold on. And home plate umpire says, no, seriously, that's a strike. The count of ball and 2 strikes here with 1 down and runners on first and second here in the top of the 7th inning. Andrew Vanstra alongside Stevie Bowen here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The Honey Hunters on top of the Blue Crabs. Their 8 runs come on 11 hits, no errors. Southern Maryland and the Blue Cheeses have 1 run on 3 hits and a pair of errors. A 40-mile-an-hour curveball bounces in the grass in front of home plate, and that will almost certainly go down as a wild pitch that puts 2 in scoring position and leaves first base unoccupied.
Yeah, it looked like Geeky just overextended. That one stayed in the hand a little bit too long and just spiked it in front of him.
Geeky wears number 32 on the back of his jersey, and a really cool thing about these Blue Cheeses jerseys is the fact that the numbers, they're made out of celery. We'll pop those onto the screen really quick. As you can see, the jerseys, the numbers, again, they're made out of celery. I mean, how cool is that?
You know, that's one of my favorite parts about the jersey. You know, we talked about these uniforms already once this season. And, Andrew, I got to ask, has your opinion changed? Are you still not a big vegetable guy with your wings?
Absolutely, my opinion has not changed.
Okay,
it won't change.
What's the reasoning?
To be frank, I'm not going to ruin my good chicken wings with vegetables.
I feel like it's like a palate cleanser, though. But, like, say you want to try some real spicy wings, right? And they end up being too hot for you. What are you going to turn to? Celery.
The 2-2 from Geeky again pounded into the ground, but, you know, it's to each their own, I guess. I'm personally not a big fan. I just want wings and more wings, and that's exactly what you can get on the first Thursday of every first Thursday home game of every Blue Crabs month of the year. We've played in 5 different months this year, so we have 5 Wing Wars competitions. Traditionally, Southern Maryland and the Blue Crabs had all-you-can-eat wings and all-you-can-drink beer every Thursday. We switched it up a little bit after a pandemic, but essentially, you can find the best wings in Southern Maryland and vote on just how good those wings are from 4 different restaurants. And at the end of the year, we'll name Southern Maryland's King of Wings based off your voting. Line drive to the left side. Josh McAdams sits Jason Rogers back down on the bench. And 2 are away here in the top of the 7th.
And that reaction time by McAdams is very impressive. You can see that ball was probably about 3 to 4 feet to his left, and as soon as it hit the bat, he was already moving that way. Just nice job being able to make that play.
That brings up the cleanup man, Emmanuel Tapia. Tapia struck out in his most recent plate appearance. He's 1 for 3 on the day, singled in the 4th, and walked in the 1st inning. First pitch to number 25, Tapia, a called strike from the right hand of Dalton Geeky. Geeky looking to close out this inning and give himself a season high in innings pitched, which would be 3 in a single ball game. Trying to keep it with a clean record as Tapia fouls one towards his bullpen and quickly falls into a no-ball, 2-strike count. Geeky with runners at 2nd and 3rd. Boog Powell stands at first, make that third base with Mike Pappy at 2nd. The 0-2, a curveball, outside corner, not quite there, as Geeky, the former Chicago Cubs prospect, tried to get Tapia to chase, but he didn't bite, and the count of 2 strikes.
You know, that's a really good pitch to waste right there. You can see right after Geeky threw it, he nodded his head because he knew it was going to be a ball, and that's exactly where he wanted it.
The 1-2. Another curveball, but this one inside, and it also misses. And the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. We've got 2 on, 2 down, 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's a whole lot of 2s, folks, as Dalton Geeky digs back into the rubber here in the top of the 7th inning. An 8-1 Gastonia lead Geeky trying to keep that mark right where it's at. The 2-2, yet another off speed, again bouncing in the dirt. And 3 straight pitches in which Geeky's tried to get Tapia to chase have resulted in balls. You know, Tapia showing some real plate discipline.
Tapia went down 0-2 to start this at bat. Normally see him a little bit more aggression at the plate, swinging at a couple first pitches. As you said, nice job so far with the patience at the plate.
Tapia wears number 25 on the back of his black and yellow Honey Hunters jersey. Geeky comes set. He has his sign from Joe DeLuca. The payoff pitch incoming. The 3-2 misses inside and just squeaks away from Joe DeLuca's catcher's mitt. And now the bases are loaded for the 5-hole hitter Mike Osinski. That's the 3rd walk of the inning for Dalton Geeky. You know, Geeky is generally really good when it comes to control. On the season, in 19 1/3 innings entering play today, he had walked just 6 batters. With that being said, Geeky did pitch just 2 days ago, but here in Southern Maryland's 4th game in 3 days, you got to use that bullpen as much as you possibly can. Osinski up to the plate, fouls one back into the Roy Rogers backstop padding for strike number 1.
You know, you said since we got 4 games in 3 days, you have to try to use your bullpen as little as possible in those situations, which as we saw yesterday, Ty Tracy staying in the game when maybe in a regular situation he would have been pulled. But currently the Blue Crabs were just running out of guys in the bullpen.
You know, and especially in a situation in which Grafer Aregua is now presumably gone for the season with family matters to attend to. Additionally, you have Blake Bibbins moving into the starting rotation. Colton Mahoney was once a reliever. He's now in the starting rotation. And we only added 1 reliever, so there's only so many arms to go around. Geeky on his way home misses just a touch outside. And the count now 2 balls, 1 strike. Bases loaded. At first, Emmanuel Tapia. At second, Mike Pappy. And at first, Boog Powell. Make that a 3rd Boog Powell. Entering play, Osinski, a .364 hitter. So far today, he's 1 for 3. He also drew a walk. Struck out in his most recent plate appearance. That was against Dalton Geeky. Fastball struck well, but well foul. As the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Looks like the Blue Cheeses have Carlos Diaz warming up in their bullpen. He's up stretching, getting some throws in. Dalton Geeky did a nice job. Hasn't let up a run yet. As you said, has put himself in this situation, walking 3 batters this inning.
The cowbell rings here in Southern Maryland. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here comes Geeky's pitch. A fastball spoiled away into the netting, and we'll do it all over again. And it's not visible, but it would be fair to assume that Dalton Geeky is experiencing some sort of fatigue. And I say that because, again, he hasn't worked this far in a game all season, and he's already thrown 61 pitches, most of which have been in this 7th inning. Liner up the middle, through the infield. Ruby Silva will come up throwing, and that is what happens when a center fielder like Ruby Silva fields the ball. Everybody holds at their bases.
I was excited to see a play at the plate, but honestly, a very good decision to keep, Mike Pappy over at 3rd base.
The Honey Hunters go station to station, but score 1 run in the process. It's now a 9-1 Gastonia lead here on the top of the 7th. First pitch was thrown at 6:40 p.m. The time now 9:14 Eastern Time. The bases still loaded as Jesus Sucre comes up to the plate. Sucre, an MLB veteran, a former Baltimore Oriole, sees a called strike as Geeky works ahead in the count. Mike Osinski now 7 for 14 here in this series. The former Red Sox prospect has been on fire of late. Chopper to the left side, McAdams fields and steps on third base himself. The Honey Hunters strand 3 but score 1 here in the top of the 7th. The score 9-1, Gastonia on top. When we come back, it's Alex Crosby, Josh McAdams, and Dario Pisano right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
In February of 2020, Regency Furniture Stadium and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs were given what we view as an honor, being named the 4th mass vaccination site in the state of Maryland. Here's a message from Regency Furniture about the honor that it has been and still is to be one of Maryland's mass vaccination sites, getting our community back to safety.
During these times of uncertainty, it helps to know there are things we can control to help ourselves and others.
For me, it presents the hope that soon enough my friends and family will be together again.
Take this moment to thank the Maryland National Guard for their support in helping to facilitate and manage the vaccinations here at the Regency Furniture Stadium. We just think it's so important for everyone to do their part, and we're just grateful for their support.
Thank you for your support, and we're just honored to be a part of the vaccination effort out here and to serve the community.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing Steve.
This is Kent Blackstone, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Alex Crosby, Josh McAdams, and Dario Pisano due up for your Blue Crabs after the 7th inning stretch. William Kerwin out for his 7th inning of work. The right-hander now finds his deepest point in any game he's appeared in here in this 2021 season. Mentioned that he's had a rocky year. He's issued 3 starts entering today in which he's allowed 3 or less earned runs while going 5 2/3 innings or more. But in every other start, he's allowed at least 6 earned and hasn't gotten out of the 4th inning. Clearly today, one of the better starts of the year for William Kerwin. Steve, especially against a team that he's really struggled against in 2021.
You know, it's always nice to go out against a team that everyone knows you struggled against and be able to just kind of shut everyone up and say, no, I can pitch against this team too.
It's true. Now, to be fair, the Blue Crabs had Cesar Trejo, Matt Hibbert, and Zach Collier last time these two teams met with Kerwin on the mound. That was back on June the 29th. Crosby chases a high fastball, gets a piece of it, but right into the mitt of Jesus Sucre, and Crosby goes down on strikes. You know, this series has gone in a direction that I don't think anybody could have anticipated. Game 1 found Southern Maryland trailing 9-0 in the 2nd inning before coming back to win 14-12. In Game 2, it was Game 1 of yesterday's doubleheader. The Blue Crabs won 13-1, but after losing 14-1 in Game 2, Southern Maryland again finds themselves down by a large margin. You know, Steve, at the start of the year, the biggest problem for the Blue Crabs was the pitching staff allowing that one big inning they could never recover from. And that's the theme we've seen in these last few games.
I've seen that a lot. I thought about it earlier in the game. You know, if that one big inning, that fourth inning, when they got those 6 runs, didn't happen, this is a 3-1 ball game, and it's a completely different story.
And again, it's the walks that have haunted Southern Maryland. In the games the Blue Crabs won in this series, they issued 3 or less walks in totality, but here in the series finale, through 7 innings pitched, Southern Maryland's pitching staff combines to have allowed 9 walks and 9 hits. In many regards, a walk is just as good as a hit, because you get on base, and that's how you score runs. Of course, at least that's what Billy Bean would tell you, and everybody from the Oakland Athletics front office staff has spotlighted in the movie Moneyball. Some exciting promotions coming up when the High Point Rockers come into town tomorrow. Tomorrow is Faith and Family Night and Trash Cancer Night. On Saturday, of course, it's Olympics night. Monet Davis will be here. You can catch her on the broadcast, too. McAdams puts a ride into one to the right side. Back goes the right fielder, Jake Skoll. And a couple of feet before he reaches the warning track, settles into a spot and gloves out number 2. Saturday is also library night, and then the final game of this homestand, the Blue Crabs will host their Diamond Dig presented by Alpine. Basically, if you're not familiar, prior to the game, when nobody's here, the grounds crew will bury a diamond necklace back behind second base, and then all the fans can go dig through the dirt in the infield to try to find that diamond necklace.
And I was actually able to take a look at that necklace today, and shoo, she's pretty. Pisano slaps one foul to the left side over the Legends Club as he starts off with an 0-1 count. Be interesting to see if the Honey Hunters decide to use Kerwin in the 8th and 9th inning. He's only let up 3 hits so far. I say, why not?
As Pisano singles or gets on base. We'll see how that goes. Most likely an error. What do you think, Steve?
See, I wasn't sure how to call that one when it happened. I think Manuel Geraldo had the chance to make the play, but at the same time, that ball was absolutely ripped.
It was ripped. It wasn't routine. Geraldo was on the move, so it could really go either way. That brings up Joe DeLuca as this inning continues. This is a Blue Crabs team that saw their bats on fire of late, but just 3 hits here today through 6 2/3 innings of offense.
And it looks like the Blue Cheeses are going to have Ruby Silva come up to the plate if he's able to this inning, in that designated hitter spot in the bottom of the lineup as he stands in the on-deck circle. Excuse me, not Ruby Silva, Cesar Trejo.
Which is exciting.
Yes, which is exciting. I was so excited to say it, I called him the wrong name.
You'd have to imagine that he wasn't completely ready to start a game, but wants to test it out in some live action. The former Seattle Mariners prospect was battling through an injury, but finds himself back into action, frankly, quicker than expected, which is certainly a good thing. No balls and a strike, the count to Joe DeLuca. Carlos Diaz likely comes into this game after this half inning. The lone southpaw on the Blue Crabs pitching staff actually pitched last night as well. In 1 inning, he allowed a hit, walked 2, and let 2 runs score, both earned while striking out 1. DeLuca, the switch hitter, bats from the left side and prepares for the pitch. Jolted to the left side and ranging to his right is Mike Pappy, who catches at the hip and fires back in after gloving out number 3. We're through 7 here at Regency Furniture Stadium. The score 9-1. Honey Hunters on top of the Blue Cheeses right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Will Decker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs! Hey Blue Crabs fans, make sure to visit the All-American Steakhouse and Sports Theater at 35 St. Patrick's Drive, right here in Waldorf, for some great food with great friends. Their steaks are fresh, hand-cut, in-house daily, as well as many other fresh seafood, chicken, and beef options. They offer outdoor and indoor dining, available each and every day, along with the same great menu to go if you would like. Please visit them online at www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. That's www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. You can also visit them on Facebook or Instagram. They have daily specials that you just can't pass up. Thank you, Blue Crabs fans.
To the top of the 8th we go here at Regency Furniture Stadium. The Southern Maryland Blue Cheeses bring in Carlos Diaz into the game. Diaz, the left-hander, a native of Colombia, comes into the game pitching for the second night in a row. Mentioned last night against this same Honey Hunters squad. The Southpaw issued 1 inning of work and allowed 2 runs. On the season, Diaz 1-0 with a 5.02 ERA. All 16 of his appearances have come in relief. He's issued 14 1/3 innings of work while allowing 14 hits. He's walked 7, struck out 18, and allowed 7 earned runs. The Southpaw generally works in higher leverage situations than the one he finds himself in now, but we mentioned Southern Maryland lacks depth in the bullpen department right now, and sometimes you got to lean on individuals that you may not go to in these situations, especially when your starter gives you 4 innings, and that's no knock against Colton Mahoney, who's been fantastic, arguably the best pitcher in the Atlantic League since late June, but struggled today and gave way to 3 really good innings of relief from the right-hander Dalton Geeky, who issued a season-high 3 innings of work. While out there, he allowed 1 run, walking 3 while allowing another 3 hits. The 0-2 misses in the dirt to Josh Saleh, who is 1 for 4 today. He singled in his first plate appearance to lead off the second inning. Two balls, 2 strikes. Diaz, I beg your pardon, 3-2. Misses outside and shows some aggression as he throws the bat back towards his dugout. Taking his free pass to first. The 10th walk issued by this Blue Crabs pitching staff tonight. as the Honey Hunters lead the Blue Cheeses 9-1. Of course, again, Southern Maryland rebranding as the Blue Cheeses as part of their all-you-can-eat wings and all-you-can-drink beer promotion. Every Wing Wars game, as they're called, will feature a different Southern Maryland restaurant as each establishment tries to prove their naming rights and bragging rights for Southern Maryland's King of Wings, which will be crowned after the first 4 wing events of this season. Number 5 will see the Wing Wars inaugural winner go home with a belt. Steve, who would you place as the favorite right now? So the 4 to remind you and all the listeners out there. Of course, we have Old Line Restaurant and Pub this evening as Jake Scholl swings through a fastball. After that, we have Foster's Grill. Next up will be our very own concessionaires throwing their hat in the ring, and it'll be Miss B. Well, I don't know how you could go against Miss B's wings. And then,
Andrew, I don't even need to hear any of the other ones. Miss B's going to walk away with this 100%. I got so much faith in my girl out there in the Legends Club. Love her to death. Make some fire food. I think she's walking away with it.
And lastly, Lito's Pizza and Wings goes, but, Miss Belinda, who's, was with the team for the first couple of years and now comes back to Regency Furniture Stadium, does all the cooking in the Legends Club, and she was even featured on Fox 5 DC's most recent Zip Trip, their first post-COVID Zip Trip. And if you were watching closely and knew what to look for, you may have seen Stevie and I in the background as what could have potentially been a double play sees Alex Crosby sail a throw over Michael Baca's head, putting runners on the corners with no outs.
That Zip Trip was a good time out there today. Or not today, excuse me. Last week, it was a good time having Fox 5 out here. Got to meet some new people. Very good people that work for them.
Nine to 1 the score. The Honey Hunters on top of the Southern Maryland Blue Cheeses, who are making an anticlimactic first start ever in their Southern Maryland Blue Cheeses jerseys. With that being said, again, we will show you those jerseys right here on your screen. You can tell the numbers are made out of celery, which, again, I think is super cool. Geraldo swings through a pitch, and fans for strike number 1. Let's put those back on the screen. That graphic or the logo in the lower left corner is the main icon logo for this Blue Cheeses rebrand. As Diaz issues another strike, a ball and 2 strikes the count. No outs, runners on the corners with the Colombian native Carlos Diaz on the mound. The left-hander wears number 18 on the back of his Blue Cheeses jersey, and a cutter has Geraldo swinging right over it for out number 1. And just like that, the double play ball's in order. So likely exactly what Southern Maryland's looking for with Boog Powell coming to the plate. Powell is 2 for 3 today. He's also reached 2 times via the walk. An 800 on-base percentage for the day for Powell. First pitch from Diaz in there for strike number 1 as the left-on-left matchup begins. Steve, we talked about it yesterday. Despite being super lefty-heavy offensively, Gastonia fares better against left-handed pitching.
We saw that a little bit yesterday. They were able to string a couple hits together against Carlos Diaz, which, we really aren't used to seeing when watching him pitch. But Gastonia just found a way to do it against him.
A ball and a strike the count. Diaz to the MLB veteran Boog Powell, who watches strike 2 cross on the outside corner. The count, a ball and 2 strikes. It was a blast having Coach Doug's out last night. It was an absolute honor and a pleasure to have Luther Luke Atkinson out here tonight as Boog Powell disagrees with a strike 3 call, but grins and walks away for out number 2. You know, we could call this Celebrity Week here in Southern Maryland. You'd think we were in Hollywood, Maryland. See what I did there?
I did, and I liked it, Andrew.
Did you really?
A little bit.
Yeah. I think you're lying, and I appreciate it. Of course, we saw Coach Doug's here yesterday. We saw Luther Luke Atkinson of the Negro Leagues here today. We'll take a break from the celebrities outside of Pinch, of course.
Of course, you cannot forget about Pinch.
He did win Southern Maryland's best celebrity one year.
Yes, he did.
And then won it again this year, a 2-time champion.
Pinch is the man. What do you expect?
Mind you, 10 years apart. He won it in 2011, and he won it in 2021. So,
hey, it gets better with age.
I mean, there's only so many greats in our generation. You think of my favorite athlete, LeBron James, who can do it over the course of a decade. Pinch, another one of those guys. You know, Pinch has his own Instagram, and as Mike Pappy grounds one to the right side, Blackstone gobbles and fires to first for out 3. But what got me going on this subject is Pinch has his own Instagram. I help him run it.
You know, it's hard. He's got claws. He can't really use a phone.
He gives me all the ideas. We speak through Pinch telepathy, but
he uses those antennas.
Right. But Coach Doug's posted the picture of his first pitch, or the video of his first pitch, on his Instagram, and thanked Pinch for helping him collect the baseball after his mistake, shall we say, on his first pitch attempt. And Pinch had me respond back saying, "You're welcome." So Pinch thought that was pretty clever.
That's awesome. I love Pinch.
Let's take a short break. We'll be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, make sure to visit the All-American Steakhouse and Sports Theater at 35 St. Patrick's Drive, right here in Waldorf, for some great food with great friends. Their steaks are fresh, hand-cut, in-house daily, as well as many other fresh seafood, chicken, and beef options. They offer outdoor and indoor dining, available each and every day, along with the same great menu to go if you would like. Please visit them online at www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. That's www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. You can also visit them on Facebook or Instagram. They have daily specials that you just can't pass up. Thank you, Blue Crabs fans. When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster, and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
This is Dalton Geeky, and you're listening to Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Really excited to be announcing that Cesar Trejo is entering his right-handed batter's box. Trejo has been on the mend for some time after injuring his wrist in late June, right after being acquired from the High Point Rockers. He's an incredible bat to have in this Southern Maryland lineup. If he had qualified, because he hasn't played quite enough games, but if he did qualify, he would have the second best OPS on this Blue Crabs team. And in just over 30 games played, Trejo would have 7 home runs, or does have 7 home runs, and 7 stolen bases. And we talk about that, Steve, because it's very infrequent that you find an individual that can provide you really good power and really, really good speed. So an invaluable asset to this Southern Maryland team as the right-handed hitting Trejo fouls one away to make the count a ball and 2 strikes. Trejo steps back into his right-handed batter's box, making his first appearance again since late June. Trejo actually was injured just a couple of days before Zach Collier and Matt Hibbert found their injuries, but of the 3, Trejo was the only one to be placed on the 7-day injured list and comes back rather frequently. Or I should say rather rapidly. I think that Hibbert and Collier's injuries were not expected to drag on as long as they have. They've started doing light activities such as a little bit of work in the cages, but I think they're just about ready to return to action. Clearly Trejo is, as he claps his way out of the batter's box. That's an individual that we'd love to see a ton more of here at Regency Furniture Stadium, singling through the right side and deservingly clapping himself to first.
You know, and I can feel the excitement from Cesar Trejo coming back from injury, first at bat back, getting a nice base hit to start off an inning. You know, that's exactly what you want when you come back from an injury. You want to start off exactly where you left off, and I think he's done that so far.
So now in his 4th game played, Trejo is 3 for 6 as a Blue Crab. All told, he hits .280 on the year with a .913 on base, make that OPS. He's stolen 6 bases in 7 attempts. I misspoke earlier. As Michael Baca walks into his right-handed batter's box. Southern Maryland and the Blue Cheeses trying to get something going here in the latter stages of a series finale. This is Game 4 of the homestand, but just Game 3 of the series. Game 1 of yesterday's doubleheader technically was a makeup game from a postponed rainout between these two teams earlier in the month of July. Baca swings through a fastball, and the count, a ball and 2 strikes. You know, for Trejo to be injured for a few months and step right back in and give the Blue Crabs their 5th hit of the game, it's pretty impressive.
You can't ask for much more from a guy coming off the bench in that designated hitter spot.
2 balls, 2 strikes as Kent Blackstone awaits on deck. Blackstone, if necessary, to be followed by the power bat of Ruby Silva, who will likely see his last opportunity to extend his hitting streak as Cesar Trejo just puts his hands up like, what was I supposed to do there?
There's nothing you can do in a situation where a pitcher somehow gets his glove on a line drive right back at him, and you're just doubled off at first base.
Off the bat, I was originally thinking that's certainly a single. My next thought was, well, probably a fielder's choice, and then next thing you know, Trejo's doubled up at first. It's just been that type of day for the Blue Crabs.
You know, sometimes you just have those type of days, and this one is one of them.
Ken Blackstone comes up with 2 down and no one on. The left-handed hitting Vienna, Virginia native takes a ball called high and away for ball number 1. To this point in the contest, Kent Blackstone finds himself 0 for 2. He did reach one time. That was in the 4th inning. He reached base on a walk. Of course, it's our Wing Wars night. That's why we're calling ourselves the BLEU, or Blue Cheeses. That's not a typo. That's just like, the way we like to spell blue cheeses around here. And Steve, that's all right.
Isn't that technically the correct way to spell blue cheese?
So it is.
But it's also one of those things where, like, it is, but it isn't.
So it is, and it is. But at the same time, people generally will make an argument as to say, well, I spell blue cheeses this way, right? But technically, yes, it is BLEU.
Gotcha.
As Blackstone reaches base. And that brings up Ruby Silva, who, as we mentioned, has his final opportunity after a Kent Blackstone walk to extend his hit streak to 8 games. Silva has had a hit in every game he has played in a Blue Crab uniform this season. And if we want to get down to the nitty-gritty, even if he doesn't get a hit here, this isn't technically in a Blue Crabs uniform. It's in a Blue Cheeses uniform.
That's a fantastic way to look at it.
I'll put that in the game notes tomorrow.
Okay.
William Kerwin in his 8th inning of work as Silva pounds one straightaway center high into the night sky. In shallow center field ranges back Manuel Geraldo, who puts it in the back of his webbing for out number 3. That's how we sign off from 8 innings of baseball. We'll be right back. A new arm on the mound when we return right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Carlos Diaz, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Good.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
Monkey.
This is Dario Pisano, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, despite the Blue Crabs trailing 9-1, there is some excitement in the air. If from nobody else, certainly from my broadcast booth. I always get pretty excited when Josh McAdams comes into the game to pitch. It's always a fun sight to see. The right-hander actually appeared in his second game of the year last night. Hadn't been used all that much and didn't really have any use to be brought in as Joe DeLuca mans first base and finds that baseball in the back of his first baseman's glove for out number 1.
We have some other differences out in the field as we have Bronson Butcher now behind the plate. And it looks like that's Will Decker out in center field.
Yeah, it does. It certainly does. Harris, it does still appear to be in left field. As McAdams faces off against a pinch-hitting Will Johnson. Johnson immediately flares one into shallow left center field. caught, and 2 pitches equal 2 outs for McAdams, who walked the bases loaded last night, but clearly has shaken off any rust that was there before and is working into a quick groove here this evening.
You know, this isn't just your average position player hopping on the mound to pitch. This is Josh McAdams, who pitched a lot in 2019. Originally, when he was drafted by the Indians, as you said yesterday, correct, Andrew, they talked to him and said, hey, if this hitting thing doesn't work out, they think you have the talent to become a professional pitcher.
That's right, and of course, when he was let go by the Indians, it was after he had recovered from Tommy John surgery, meaning that the pitching option was likely at the door as well. In steps Mike Osinski, whose bat has been on fire here in this homestand for the Blue Crabs, as Osinski has gone 7 for 14 here this evening, 2 for 4, as he takes a ball on the outside corner. 2-1 the count. As the right-handed fireballing position player on the mound for the Blue Crabs, Josh McAdams, induces an Osinski pop up to the left side. And, you know, that not only is the sign of a great pitcher getting those quick pop-outs, but to be honest with you, Steve, that's what McAdams always does when he's on the mound. It's his go-to to jam a batter. It's pretty remarkable.
You know, he can do it, too. He has a very strong arm. You're going to see low 80s, low 90s, some high 80s pitches from him. He's a really strong dude on the mound, and he can just fire it by you.
The Blue Crabs have one final chance of regulation baseball to put up 8 runs. We'll have that for you in the bottom of the 9th inning. Right on the other end of this break, you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Jay Clucci, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in Southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today. In February of 2020, Regency Furniture Stadium and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs were given what we view as an honor, being named the 4th mass vaccination site in the state of Maryland. Here's a message from Regency Furniture about the honor that it has been and still is to be one of Maryland's mass vaccination sites, getting our community back to safety.
During these times of uncertainty, it helps to know there are things we can control to help ourselves and others.
For me, it presents the hope that soon enough my friends and family will be together again.
This is Jake Marshall, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, Stevie, we've seen a plethora of times in this homestand situations in which we were a little surprised to see the particular reliever come in. Matt Latos, Dalton Geeky, Andres Brasinho in game 1 of this homestand, but those were in different circumstances. We didn't expect them to come in at the start of the game because Southern Maryland was getting blown out, but came back, and now that bullpen was protecting the lead. In this specific circumstance, it's the MLB veteran Donnie Hart that relieves William Kerwin, trying to protect a 9-1 lead against Southern Maryland's 4-5-6, leading off with David Harris. Left on right matchup, Harris takes outside, and a called ball 1 will get us started in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Hart, a former Baltimore Oriole, as the lefty fires a fastball that catches the strike zone, evening the count at a ball and a strike. Hart was originally drafted by the Orioles in the 27th round of the 2013 MLB draft out of Texas State University. At the age of 25, he made his MLB debut in July of 2016. In that 2016 season, he was fantastic, Steve. I mean, almost unbelievably good. In 22 appearances in his rookie year, he had a 0.49 ERA.
Wow.
In his second year, a 3.71 ERA in 51 appearances. The ERA went up in 20 appearances in 2018, and then after 5 solid appearances between the Brewers and the Mets in 2019, he didn't make it back to the major league level again, at least yet, as David Harris leads us off with a strikeout. One of those guys, you're not quite sure why it is that, he's not still in the MLB, but nonetheless, here with Gastonia this season, he's made 17 appearances, all in relief. He's issued 16 innings of work, posting a 2-1 record with a 3.38 ERA on the year. He's faced 69 batters and has a 1.313 whip, or walks plus hits per inning pitched. 6 walks, 16 strikeouts, and 16 innings pitched. Faces off against Alex Crosby after the Harris strikeout. Josh McAdams awaits on deck. Left-on-left matchup, and a cold strike on the outside corner evens the count at a ball and a strike. Bottom of the ninth, Southern Maryland trailing 9-1, Steve.
We've seen him come back from worse before. I wouldn't count him out just yet.
Crosby loops one to the left side and foul. And a mad dash for the baseball as the adult gives it to the kid. And that's what should happen, Steve.
Of course, everyone wants a foul ball, but in those situations, let's give it to the kid.
I love that sound sometimes they play at ballpark says, give it to a kid. And it's kind of demoralizing as a grown person to find that foul ball because, Steve, just for a second, you feel like a little kid, right? You're running for the ball, you feel like you're a little kid, and then about 5 strides in, you're like, hold on, I probably shouldn't be going for this ball.
Hold on, I'm an adult.
But then you're like, you know what, I'm in too deep at this point.
Yep.
And then you pick it up and you're like,
all right, let me find a child.
Yeah, quickly, the closest child anywhere near me.
So no one looks at this grown man that just ran for the ball. I've been there.
We've all been there.
I've been there.
We've all been there. Alex Crosby strikes out. And the funny thing about it is that, in a sense, it's almost like, one day you're 14 years old and you realize, wait, I just realized for the first time ever, I'm too old to be doing this. Mm-hmm. That's a sad feeling.
We've all had those moments, little things that we've done our entire lives, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, I should probably stop doing this now.
A little off subject, but I'll never forget my first real instance of that. I was checking out at the gas station, and I was like a quarter short. And usually they're always like, oh, you're all right, to a little kid. But this lady was like, no, where's the quarter? And I was like, no, I was like, I'm grown.
I've had that exact same thing happen to me. I was short like a nickel or something like that. I was like, hey, I don't have it. And they're like, well, we don't care. Like, I'm sorry, you're 16 years old. You need to have a nickel on you.
Josh McAdams into the right-handed batter's box, swings through a 2-seam fastball as the count moves to a ball and 2 strikes. Hart facing off against Josh McAdams. McAdams, the former Atlanta Braves prospect, originally from Calhoun, Georgia. Takes on the inside corner. It's called strike 2. I beg your pardon. The count was 1-1. McAdams was an all-state quarterback in high school. Obviously pitched as well. Not to mention played alongside Dansby Swanson. He had it all when he was a kid. And, of course, still has it all here for Southern Maryland, the team's home run leader with 3 in the last 2 days. Fastball way upstairs. As I've been overruled once again, I believe. I'm being told the count is 3 balls and 1 strike. McAdams into his right-handed batter's box. Here comes Donnie Hart, the left-hander. A slider, and Steve, did you see the movement on that pitch?
That ball started in the left-hand batter's box and almost hit Josh McAdams in the knees.
That is a major league slider.
That was insane.
I don't know that I've ever seen a pitch move that much, and I really wasn't expecting it.
Like, that was like a full 2 feet of movement.
Yeah, it started outside the strike zone on the outer edge and then missed inside. Remarkable. The count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fastball inside, it misses. McAdams is aboard with a walk, and Southern Maryland's hopes continue with Dario Pisano striding up to the left-handed batter's box. You never know, Steve. You never know.
Exactly. You never know. We've seen the Blue Crabs put up 6-7 runs before with 2 outs in the inning.
Just yesterday.
Just yesterday. You know, I believe there was 1 out for about 5 of those runs, and then right afterwards they scored a couple more with 2 outs. They can do it at any time.
Dario Pisano with Joe DeLuca waiting on deck. First pitch, Pisano sees called strike, and generally in these circumstances, any hitter is going to take until they get a strike, especially after a 2-out walk. A slight pull shift to the left-handed hitting Pisano. 2 southpaws duking it out here with 2 down and 1 on in the bottom of the 9th. An 0-1, another one of those devastating sliders as Pisano is down to his final strike, as are the Blue Crabs. Or should I say the Blue Cheeses? No balls, 2 strikes. Dario Pisano leans and rocks back into his batting stance. The pitch. Another slider, and I don't know if Hart can hear us up there, or down there, I should say, or he's just feeling that slider, but he's issued it 3 times in his last 4 pitches.
Sorry, I mean, I'd be feeling that slider, too, if I had that much movement on it.
It might be the only pitch I would throw.
Honestly, I would just throw 100 straight sliders.
Me too.
I bet you it would work for a couple innings.
Until your arm gave out.
Yeah.
Fastball high and away. Dario Pisano swings and misses on a fastball, and that's how we cap off a game of baseball. It did not go the Blue Crabs' way from an early start. Southern Maryland, with the loss, falls to 25-24 on the young season. Not so young anymore, though, as we have now finished 49 games on the year. The Honey Hunters advanced to 22-27. This was the final time these 2 teams will meet in this 2021 season, in the entire season, which is pretty remarkable. So in the Honey Hunters' first year in the Atlantic League, Southern Maryland takes 8 of the 12 games in the season series. Now, looking forward, as Southern Maryland potentially falls 5 games back of the Long Island Ducks, certainly not out of the conversation for Southern Maryland to still get things done here in this first half. But with the 9th straight win in a game that just went final in Lexington, the Legends have lost 3 in a row at home after losing just 2 of their first 21 at home. So the Blue Crabs fall to 5 games behind of the Long Island Ducks with 10 games to go. Make that 11 games to go in the first half, but 4 of those 11 against the Long Island Ducks. So certainly some hope to be had. But to my point that I was going to make was that 35 of the 60 second half Blue Crabs games are right here at home. So that's a good thing. Certainly a good thing. Always looking for the positive here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network, Steve.
You know, and why not? You know, let's always look for the positives in things. As you said, we have 4 of these last 11 games of this first half against the Ducks. We've seen this team win 6 games in a row at a time. You know, it's not impossible. Yes, we are 5 games back, but we're still in second place of this division, and it's easily reachable.
It's true. And I'm the type of guy almost to a fault where I will hold on to that last glimmer of hope. And we're not even close to that right now. We're far from that glimmer of hope, but
I'm the same way.
I'm not giving up until it's completely mathematically over, and then I'll try to look for some loopholes.
Exactly.
Let's run through a quick game recap of what we saw here today. A 9-1 Blue Crabs loss. Getting the win in the contest is the right-hander William Kerwin, advances to 3-4 on the year. Colton Mahoney gets the loss, his first in his last 5 starts, as he drops to 4-2 on the season. Looking back through some offensive numbers in this game, Southern Maryland's offensive production was scarce in this series finale. Alex Crosby had a hit, as did Josh McAdams. He plated the only Blue Crabs run of the game. It was on a solo shot in the bottom of the second. Offensively, for the Honey Hunters, they had 4 individuals post double hit days or multi-hit games. Additionally, every Honey Hunter that started this game reached base at least once. In fact, only one Honey Hunter only reached base once. The rest of them reached base at least twice. The biggest ending of this ball game was the top of the 4th, in which Gastonia plated 6. It's a wash for Southern Maryland. One of those nights you just forget about. You move on to this next series with the High Point Rockers. Sam Burton on the mound tomorrow for Southern Maryland. Steve, what are you looking for in this big-time series as the Blue Crabs welcome in the Honey Hunters, make that the Rockers to Regency Furniture Stadium?
You know, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it's something that just needs to be done time and time and again for this Blue Crabs team to continue to win. And that 13-1 win yesterday in that first game of the doubleheader, the entire lineup produced. You know, Daryl Thompson had a good day on the mound, and that was just backed up by impressive offense. You know, say Sam Burton tomorrow doesn't have the best day, doesn't have as good of a day as Daryl Thompson, you still want that lineup behind you to be able to at least produce a couple runs in order to help him out in that game. So I think that's just what they got to do. They need to get together, put that best lineup out as they can, and come out firing.
That's exactly what they'll do, and we'll have it right here tomorrow, right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network, signing off from a 9-1 Blue Crabs defeat at the hands of the Gastonia Honey Hunters. For Stevie Bowen, I'm Andrew Bamstra, thanking you for tuning in to tonight's series finale and inviting you to join us for yet another Blue Crabs game right here, same time, same place tomorrow. It'll be a 6:35 first pitch. We'll get on air at 6:20 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.